Chapter 767. Late at night, 7 Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell sat on a chair, raised his feet, and extended them to the edge of the desk. Following that, he leaned back, causing the wooden joints to creak. His breathing gradually became long. After an unknown period of time, his eyelids drooped, covering his eyes. At this moment, Leonard's spirit had already arrived in a gray world, but he was still in his bedroom. He flew to the window and saw a thick gray fog enveloping the nearby street. It extended outwards, as though it wanted to envelop all of Bakeland. The gas lamps by the side of the street and the warm flames in the different houses appeared abnormally dim. They could only illuminate a very small area around them, and it was dyed a little hazy. At the same time, illusory oval-shaped balls of light appeared and hid, intertwining and enveloping the houses, as though they were the source of their existence. This was the city in the eyes of a nightmare. According to his previous investigations, Leonard jumped out of the window in his nightmare form and flew to 17 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He didn't barge in directly. He landed at the door in the thick fog and politely rang the doorbell. Amidst the sounds of cuckoo cuckoo, Stellan, who was wearing a nightgown, opened the door. As she held the silver-inlaid palatial feather fan in front of her chest, she asked in confusion, "Who are you looking for?" She was none other than Klein's landlord when he acted as Sherlock Moriarty. She was a blonde, blue-eyed lady in her 30s. Leonard had already changed into a black-and-white checkered lone police uniform. He casually showed his identification. And said, "Do you know Sherlock Moriarty?" As she was in a dream, Stellan's reaction was very slow. After a few seconds she asked, "Did something happen to him?" As she asked, under Leonard's influence, she naturally conjured the Sherlock Moriarty in her mind. He wore a half-top hat, a double-breasted frock coat, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose bridge, and a beard around his mouth. This was consistent with the Sherlock Moriarty that Leonard had previously obtained, so he didn't suspect anything. He was involved in a case and is being investigated. "I hope you can cooperate with us." Okay. Stellan wanted to raise her chin, but for some reason, she felt a little afraid. Leonard thought for a second. When did he rent the house? Early September last year, Stellan recalled. Leonard continued to ask, "What do you know about him? In other words, what kind of person is he in your heart?" At the mention of this, Stellan seemed to have long considered the answer. "He's from Mid-Seashire and has an accent there. He's a very capable detective and once helped Mary solve her husband's affair. However, his income isn't high, and he can't even hire a full-time maidservant. He can only get my maidservant to help him part-time. My child told me that he's a very good storyteller, especially detective stories. This might be the reason why he chose that industry." Without giving Leonard a chance to interrupt, she continued, "He's not as boorish as the typical detective. He's not as crude as the average detective. He went to grammar school and studied history. The most enviable thing is that he received Mary's gratitude and joined the Quellac Club. It's filled with people of high status. I've been there a few times. Later, he seems to have become famous in the detective circle. Private detectives often come to him." Leonard grew impatient as he listened. He couldn't help but rub his temples. He didn't obtain any useful information from Mrs. Stellan. Apart from the fact that Sherlock Moriarty's financial situation wasn't too good and that he was good at telling detective stories, everything else was within the scope of his investigations. He even knew that Sherlock Moriarty had a good relationship with Eichinger Stanton. "Next, I'll start investigating the few people in the Quellac Club who are on good terms with Sherlock Moriarty." After patiently listening to Mrs. Stellan's nagging, Leonard immediately thanked her and left her dream. 160 Buckland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. In the hall that could accommodate more than 100 guests, Klein was dancing with a lady in her 30s. This was the etiquette teacher that Walter had found, named Wyana Heisen. She had a feminine name, but she wasn't ordinary. Her facial features were only slightly above average, but she had an extremely elegant bearing. Her every move had a charm to it. According to Walter, she was born into a baron's family and had received a good education from a young age. Later, she entered the palace and served as a female official until she got married. As her family had declined, and her husband's financial situation was only average, she, who believed in the Evernight goddess, chose to become an etiquette tutor. She often went to different noble or wealthy families to teach their children. Although the butler didn't say it explicitly, Klein knew that he couldn't perform too badly in front of this lady. Otherwise, his reputation would be hopeless. One of the important ways for nobles, tycoons, and other members of high society to find out about a person's situation was through mutual acquaintances. And at times, the interactions between servants also had such implications. Wynna moved her feet lightly, her body swayed, and her black hair was tied up lightly. She nodded in approval. "Mr. Dantes, it's hard to imagine that you haven't learned such dance steps before. In less than half an hour, you're as skilled as a noble who has received such education from a young age. It's all thanks to your good teachings." Klein smiled humbly. His expression was warm and not ostentatious. With the balance and coordination of a clown, dancing was a very simple matter for him. Wynna lowered her head and chuckled. "You're a gentleman who can make a lady happy." Her light brown eyes looked up and swept past Dwayne Dantes' silver-streaked sideburns and deep blue eyes. "That's the best compliment I've heard today." As Klein replied with a smile, his footsteps didn't stop. With Wynna, he nimbly spun in a circle. Not far away, the band that he had hired continued to resound in the hall with a beautiful melody. He had the intention to get to know Wynna not only to improve his reputation, but also because she had served as a female official in the palace. Wynna corrected Dwayne Dantes' tiny mistake and said, "Inviting a lady to dance isn't just about dancing. There also needs to be a conversation. It can't be like two dolls, unless both of you are immersed in the music and the rhythm of the dance and don't wish to speak. Of course, this is also a form of communication, a communication of the mind. When conversing, one has to be reserved. This is Rouen, not Intis. To put it simply, don't be direct or crude. Make yourself appear gentlemanly. Let me give you an example. If you wish to praise a lady's perfume, you can't directly say how nice it smells, nor can you ask what perfume it is and give a compliment. You have to associate it with a more reserved meaning. You have to mention something from the side. Yes, you can say something like, "I feel like I'm in the suburbs of spring." Of course, this has to be in line with the perfume's characteristics. It's not literary. Shouldn't you say, "The moon is beautiful tonight"? Klein lampooned in a Japanese-styled manner as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Thank you for not saying that my praise wasn't gentlemanly enough." Wahana's smile deepened. "Mr. Dantes, do you know what a gentleman is like when it comes to social occasions?" "No." Klein shook his head frankly. Wahana's smile didn't diminish. "The second most popular is a man who makes a lady think that he's very smart." "What's first?" Klein asked cooperatively. Wynna glanced at him and said, "The first most popular is a man who makes a lady think that he's very smart." With that said, she smiled and didn't say another word. Klein instantly understood her hidden praise. This is Rouen's style of being reserved. It's not like Intis, where it's all about the lower half. Yes, these are all reports from newspapers and magazines. There's no way to determine what a real social occasion with Intis is like. Anyway, the two countries always vilify each other. The era of the emperor does match the description. Klein nodded in enlightenment. The 2-hour etiquette lesson came to an end in such a harmonious atmosphere. Klein led Walter and Richardson to send Wynna to the door and gave her a small gift. It was the Drim Company's Moonlight perfume. It was mixed with grey amber and was rather expensive. As for the exact amount, Klein wasn't sure. This was because Walter was in charge of buying it, and the expenditure came from the housekeeper. When the £1,000 were almost spent and new funds were needed, Tanaja would bring the receipts and forms to him for verification. The reason why Klein knew which company it was and what kind of perfume it was because his butler had informed him ahead of time. It was to prevent him from appearing insincere if Ma Mwana asked about it. From these details, he deeply understood the importance of a good butler. Seeing the satisfied Ma Mwana leave, Klein resisted the urge to rub his temples as he sighed inwardly. This is more tiring than fighting a beyonder. I have to constantly pay attention to my actions and choose my words carefully. I need to rest. At this moment, Walter, who was wearing a white glove, took a step forward. Sir, since you are making rapid progress in your etiquette studies, you can bring forward the other lessons. What lessons? Klein felt a headache coming on. History, international politics, philosophy, music, as well as the general knowledge of golf, horse racing, hunting, and other sports. Walter answered meticulously. Philosophy? Klein asked in surprise. Walter nodded and said, This is one of the easiest topics to talk about in high society. This is one of the easiest topics to talk about in high society. You don't need to have a deep understanding of it, but at the very least, you need to know what others are discussing. You need to know that the source of pragmatism is Kongso, Marid, and Patterson, not Emperor Roselle. You need to know that Lumi was the one who proposed that humans are born free. Many tycoons are prone to make mistakes in this aspect when they first enter high society. They are used to pushing unknown words or philosophical ideas to Roselle the Great. Klein's headache worsened as he forced a smile and said, I don't have much to do recently. Apart from taking an afternoon nap and going to the cathedral, you can arrange the lesson at any time. In a dark room, an envelope floated up and opened on its own, shaking out a piece of paper. Sharon's figure was outlined by the side in her tiny bonnet. She took the letter and read it seriously. She immediately wrote a reply, set up a ritual, and began summoning Sherlock, Moriarty's messenger. During this process, she didn't forget to put in a gold coin. Soon, Sharon finished chanting the incantation and saw the candle flame expand as it was dyed a dark green. Rionette Tinker carried 4 blonde, red-eyed heads out of the candle flame and came in front of Sharon. Sharon's gaze froze as her doll-like face suddenly had an intense emotional change. She blurted out, Teacher! Didn't you already, P.S. Seeking monthly votes for Monday. Chapter 768. 160 Buckland Street, in a study with excellent lighting. There were rows of bookshelves here, and there were many collections. At a glance, it looked like he had entered a private library. Klein was sitting in a high-backed chair, reading the day's newspapers. He discovered that be it the Tussock Times or the Bakelin Daily News, there was an additional advertisement in a prominent spot, transfer of 10% of the Bakelin Bike Company's shares. Mr. Stanton Shore is efficient. It's only been a few days, and he's already completed the financial investigation and valuation. Just as Klein sighed inwardly, his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, walk out of the void. She was still holding the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands, and one of them was biting on a letter. It's likely Miss Sharon's reply. As Klein thought, he reached out to receive it and nodded slightly. Thank you. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked at the study's door because his valet, Richardson, was standing guard outside. Tearing open the envelope and spreading out the piece of paper, Klein quickly scanned it and confirmed that the owner of the letter was Miss Sharon. She expressed that she had no intention of buying the biological poison bottle at the moment, and that she might consider it after some time if the mystical item was still around. Is this because the financial situation isn't good enough? Or is she saving money for something more important? Klein casually thought for a moment and instinctively believed that it was the latter. This was because it was impossible for the demigod named Zatwin to stay in Bakeland all the time. Sharon and Merrick had finally escaped from Rose School's pursuit. With their beyonder strength and sequence characteristics, it was relatively easy for them to earn money in a relaxed environment. Furthermore, they seemed to be in control of the Braves' black market arms trade, acting as Ian's backer. Just this line alone could earn them quite a bit. As he thought about it, Klein looked up and saw Miss Messenger's 8 pairs of red eyes staring at him. He jumped in fright, imagining that she was urging him to repay the debt. He cleared his throat and said, "There's no need for a reply. The first payment will be made within this week." Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "There's no need to be anxious. There's no interest. Miss Messenger is quite nice after all." As Klein sighed, Rionette Tinker's figure vanished as she returned deep into the spirit world. After burning the letter and resting for half an hour, he went to the door and ordered Richardson to prepare the carriage. He planned to go to church before his afternoon philosophy class. The journey was smooth. After drinking a few mouthfuls of black tea, Klein quickly arrived at the square outside St. Samuel Cathedral. After admiring the tranquility brought by the white pigeons, he walked past the cathedral's door and entered the prayer hall. He randomly found a seat and sat down. Just like before, Richardson hugged his employer's hat and cane as he sat diagonally behind him. As he emptied his mind and prayed, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered again. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked to the left. He then saw the dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. This nighthawk wasn't wearing a trench coat. He was wearing a white shirt that wasn't tucked into his belt with straight pants and a black vest. His style was very casual. Seeing the middle-aged gentleman with gray sideburns look over, he nodded with a smile and retracted his gaze. He closed his eyes and pretended to pray. He wasn't worried that the other party would discover that he was sizing him up because he had only swept a glance without doing anything else. Many believers had done the same thing. When a good-looking gentleman entered this place, it was inevitable that he would receive a certain amount of attention. Leonard Mitchell was often the target of such attention, so he knew this very well. At this moment, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "It's him. Heh, I didn't let down my efforts of running to the cathedral yesterday and today." Leonard thought smugly, but he didn't show it on his face. Klein also pretended to pray as he pondered over the questions that arose in his mind. When did this fellow, Leonard, become so pious? Although he's definitely more pious than me, he's definitely not the kind that attends the cathedral every day. He only attends once a week or even once every 2 weeks. Did he come with a motive? He seemed to be sizing me up just now. With this in mind, Klein suddenly came to a realization. The grandpa in his body is an angel of the Zoroast family, which is also an angel of the Marauder pathway. Blasphemer Amon is a king of angels of this pathway. He can discover the gray fog and even wants to invade it. Therefore, the grandpa in Leonard's body is very likely to have sensed the gray fog's powers or traces on me. With this judgment, Klein's heart immediately leapt up, as though he was surrounded by a dangerous trap. He maintained his praying posture, and the eyes under his eyelids didn't move. His entire being was calm and reserved, completely in line with the atmosphere inside the cathedral. After an unknown period of time, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. He came in front of the donation box and threw a total of £50 in. Following that, just like before, he smiled and nodded at the bishop and priest in charge today. He received a rather friendly response. On the way out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein took his hat from Richardson and fed the pigeons in the square for about 10 minutes. And behind him, believers who had finished praying came out one after another, including Leonard Mitchell. Klein didn't size up the main entrance as he leisurely clapped his hands, took his gold-inlaid cane, and walked to the 4-wheeled carriage that was parked nearby. Leonard was similarly feeding the pigeons in the square as he watched his target board the carriage and leave, but he had no intention of tailing him. Since the other party had an ancient aura and had received the attention of the parasite in his body, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He didn't dare take direct action because it would be extremely dangerous. He planned on checking the periphery and gathering the necessary information. I'll see what old man has to say when the time comes. Besides, it's not like I don't have a direction to investigate. Such high-end carriages are rather limited in all of Bakeland. Be it one's own or rented, it's very easy to determine the source. Then, I'll know that gentleman's identity and origins. Leonard looked at the pigeon as he leisurely thought. He was a nighthawk with rich experience, and he was an elite red glove among the nighthawks. At that moment, a white pigeon flapped its wings and flew over. There seemed to be a piece of paper in its beak. Leonard frowned as he extended his left palm and watched the white pigeon descend. It threw the piece of paper down before flapping its wings and flying up again. Raising his hand to hold the piece of paper, Leonard unfolded it warily and puzzledly. He saw 2 words on it: Zoroast, parasite. This. Leonard's pupils constricted as he felt his hair stand on end. His emotions were on the verge of exploding. That gentleman saw through my secret? As expected of a person with an ancient aura, he might really be one of the undying monsters left behind from the 4th epoch. Is he warning me? He's telling me not to interfere in his matters or even approach him. At that moment, thinking back to the middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns and deep blue eyes, Leonard felt that his every action exuded a strong sense of deterrence. It made him not dare look straight at him or approach him. He immediately lost the idea of investigating the other party. Watching the white pigeons land at the same time, he lowered his voice and said, seeing the white pigeon land, he suppressed his voice and said, "Old man, that might be an old friend of yours. If you wish to investigate anything, it's best to wait until you've mostly recovered your strength." Old friend. The slightly aged voice repeated the 2 words, as though he was puzzled, but he didn't dare to confirm anything. Leonard quickly reined in his emotions and chuckled. "So you're a member of the Zoroast family." At that moment, less than 100 meters away, at the intersection of Phelps Street and other streets, Don Dantes, whose black hair was mixed with some silver strands, leaned against the wall and slowly closed his eyes, hiding his distinct facial features in the shadows of the carriage. Beside his substitute, Richardson, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat appeared. He bowed at his master before vanishing without alerting anyone. The carriage slowly turned around as a flock of white pigeons flew up from the square. After returning home and entering the room with the huge balcony, the silent Klein sighed silently. If Leonard didn't accept the warning due to the grandpa's bewitchment, he would write another note. The content would be, "I know where Blasphemer Amon is." In other words, he meant that if he messed up his matters again, he would tell Blasphemer Amon that there was an angel from the Zoroast family here. This didn't make the grandpa feel that Don Dantes was weak and needed to rely on others to resist him. Instead, it was more like a form of courtesy and respect for an angel by warning him no more than 3 times. If he didn't restrain himself after 2 warnings, the solution wouldn't just be to inform Blasphemer Amon. Yes, there's a high chance that I can intimidate them. That grandpa definitely has other motives or difficulties in choosing a superficial parasitism. He probably doesn't wish for me to flip the gambling table. Haha, I have to thank Rhodes for this. If I didn't know that there was a marauder angel in Leonard's body, I definitely wouldn't have discovered that I've been targeted, much less use the appropriate words and methods to warn them. Klein thought calmly, no longer feeling nervous and flustered. As he relaxed, there was a knock on the door. Richardson said, "Sir, the butler is looking for you." "Sir, the butler is looking for you. Invite him in." Klein turned around and left the balcony, returning to the half-open room. "Sir, your philosophy teacher, Mr. Hamid, is here." Philosophy class. Klein rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Philosophy class. Klein rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. He had previously heard from Walter that Mr. Hamid was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was the same for the famous scholar Lourmi. It was the same for a large number of philosophers in the Ruan kingdom. This left him rather surprised. This was because to him, a believer of a storm was equivalent to a grumpy brother. From the looks of it, I need to change my inflexible and unobjective impression. The prerequisites to becoming a philosopher are to be unable to find a wife or have a bad family relationship. As Klein lampooned, he adjusted his clothes and walked to the door. He said to Walter, "All right, I'll head over now. P.S. I'll take half a day off tomorrow for the chapter at noon. This is because I'm a little stuck on how to proceed. I need to think about it." Chapter 769. After the philosophy lesson, Klein felt like he hadn't slept for 3 days. His mind was filled with names and concepts such as skepticism, metaphysics, a priori and a posteriori, nominalism, materialism, social Roselle doctrine, existentialism, positivism, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that his original body had some knowledge of philosophy back when he was studying history, he even suspected that he wouldn't be able to complete the lesson. This wasn't the one-on-one education he had back on Earth, where he could sleep or play on his cell phone if he didn't understand. On the other hand, Mr. Hamid is different from what I imagined. He's humorous, candid, extroverted, and his lectures aren't boring. He doesn't seem like a philosophy teacher, nor does he have the views that believers of the Lord of Storms often have. Klein rubbed his temples and turned to leave the door. He walked to the staircase deep into the hall and returned to the 3rd floor. His valet, Richardson, followed silently by his side. During this process, he realized that the servants were busy with their own matters. None of them were slacking off. Only when his employer passed by would they stop and greet him, appearing very cultured. Taneja is quite capable when it comes to the arrangements and management of a family's internal affairs. Klein stepped into the corridor on the 3rd floor and walked towards the half-open room. Before entering, Klein saw Walter hanging 2 double-barreled shotguns on the wall, adding a sense of boorishness and boldness to the interior. This was an arrangement every wealthy merchant had in their home. It was very easy to apply for a hunting license, and the double-barreled shotguns were quite powerful. It was enough for the servants to deal with infiltrating thieves or kidnappers. After hanging it, Walter took 2 steps back and examined the shotguns. He then took out a golden pocket watch from his inner pocket. He pressed down on the pocket watch and looked inside. His stern and inflexible face clearly softened. Klein coughed lightly to remind the butler before pushing open the half-closed door and walking in. Walter closed the pocket watch and returned it to its original position. He turned his body and bowed. He bowed and said, "Sir, we obtained a total of 6 hunting licenses. We bought 6 double-barreled shotguns and the corresponding canister bullet." Klein had death knell hidden under his armpit, so he didn't think too much of it. All he did was nod to indicate that he understood. He then revealed a gentle smile and asked casually, "When I was reading the information on the Helping Family Servants Association, I noticed that you seem to have a wife and child, Walter?" The butler, or rather, the chief butler, was the employer's assistant. He was a confidant that couldn't be avoided in many matters. Therefore, it was every employer's duty to establish a relationship with the butler, and Klein was no exception. Furthermore, he still remembered that Rhodes had mentioned that there would be additional developments on Butler Walter. Walter replied in a deadpan manner. "Yes, when I was a servant in Viscount Conrad's manor, due to certain needs, I had frequent contact with a lady and developed feelings for her. Then, under the gaze of the goddess, I got married and had a daughter. She is now studying in a grammar school and hopes to pass the entrance examination of the University of Bakeland. However, this is something that I can only consider after 2 years." When mentioning his wife and daughter, the unsmiling butler's tone unknowingly turned relaxed. At present, all the churches emphasize the importance of family, so as to resist the stress and mental problems brought about by the advancement of technology. The only difference was that different churches had different emphases. Evernight was about equality between men and women helping each other at home. Storm was about men busying themselves outside while women took care of the home, acting as the former support angel. Steam was about learning more technology and doing more manual labor. Each had their own strengths and complemented each other. Klein felt wistful when he heard that. He then said, "Ma, Tania seems to be single?" "Yes." Walter's expression turned serious again. In modern society, male servants and female servants are still not equal. This isn't referring to the salary. Female butlers, and assistant butlers are on the same level. They have an annual salary of £25 to £50. Instead, it's a deeper concept and thought. It's something that the churches are working hard to change, but it's filled with obstacles. After all, the goddess isn't Ruan's only faith. He paused and added, "Male servants can get married. But if a female servant has a family, it means that she will lose her job or become the lowest of the lowest. She's a temporary hired maid who doesn't need to stay at her employer's house." All of this can only be changed when one reaches the female butler stage. However, this isn't something a young and inexperienced lady can do. Klein didn't continue the topic. He nodded slightly and walked to the reclining chair. At this moment, his gaze swept across the stack of newspapers on the coffee table. With a thought, Klein stopped in his tracks, turned his body, and said to the butler, "I saw an advertisement in the papers regarding the transfer of shares in the Bakeland Bicycle Company. Find a professional lawyer and accountant to consult them and figure out the exact situation. I'm very interested in this industry. If the price is right, I'll consider buying it." At that instant, Klein thought of a problem. It was impossible for a tycoon who brought a huge sum of money to Bakeland to seek opportunities to advance his career to not pay attention to the transfer of shares in the Bakeland Bicycle Company. Even if he couldn't see the prospects of this industry, it was normal for him to get someone to understand it, otherwise it wouldn't match his persona. Of course, I can also raise the price in passing, allowing the 10% shares to be sold for more money. Yes, I have to remember to just raise the price a little. I can't be too greedy. If I were to raise the price and end up with nothing, I'll end up crying. That will cause all my liquid funds to sink in, and I won't be able to maintain my daily expenses. As Klein fantasized, he inwardly exhorted himself. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't ask any further as he directly agreed. At 4:35 p.m. Richardson knocked on the door and entered. He said to the leisurely reading Don Dantes, "Sir, Mr. Maury Mocked and his wife, Mayam Rihanna, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop, Mr. Electra, are here." Maury Mocked and his wife, Mayam Rihanna, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop, Mr. Electra, are here to visit. Maury Mocked? That member of Parliament? Also, why is the Bishop of St. Samuel Cathedral here as well? Klein thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Is there such etiquette?" He had only attended 2 etiquette classes for the time being. He knew that people of this social class would not visit each other so directly. They would first send a butler or a servant to deliver an invitation or set a time to visit. Richardson habitually lowered his head. Yes. Because when the butler went to deliver the name cards and gifts, he informed the neighbors that you would be at home in the afternoons for the past week. In such a case, the neighbors who receive your business card can not only send their servants to invite you to be their guest, but they can also pay you a semi-formal visit between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, claiming that they are passing by on a stroll. Well, the ladies will wear appropriate walking clothes, or it will be inappropriate. You can treat them to afternoon tea. As Klein walked to the door, he allowed Richardson to take off his coat and put it on him. Then why is there Bishop Electra? This was what he cared about the most. The question just now was just a foreshadowing. Richardson replied as if he was prepared for this. Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Mock's place in the afternoon. It's likely that they mentioned you while chatting and decided to pay you a stroll. His hands weren't affected by his words at all as he skillfully helped Don Dantes adjust his clothes. Klein tersely acknowledged and waited for Richardson to open the door before walking out. Soon, he saw the 3 visitors in the living room on the 2nd floor. Maury Mocht was a classic Rouen gentleman. He was in his 40s, with black hair and brown eyes. He had deep facial features, a rather high hairline, and a slightly thin face. He had once served in the military, and after he was discharged, he entered politics. He started out in Bakeland and eventually became a member of Parliament. He was a believer of the Evernight Goddess, a member of the New Party, and a supporter of improving the atmospheric environment. His wife, Rihanna, came from a family of lawyers. She had provided her husband with plenty of resources for his political career, and she was also a believer of the Evernight Goddess. Electra wore a double-breasted clergyman's black robe, and he looked to be in his 40s. His blue eyes were deep and his face was thin. His facial features weren't considered good, but he was pleasing to the eye for some baffling reason. He was a bishop that Klein had once seen when he placed money into the donation box. Upon seeing Don Dantes enter, Maury Mocht took 2 steps forward and chuckled. "I've been hearing that a devout believer of the goddess has moved into Block 160, and I've been thinking of paying him a visit. I happened to be passing by today, so I decided to pay you a visit. Please forgive us for our rudeness." Klein smiled and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "At times like this, all you need to do is praise the goddess." Praise the goddess. Electra and Rihanna nodded in secret before drawing a crimson moon on their chests. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein invited his 3 guests to take their seat. A maidservant promptly served them black tea and coffee. Housekeeper Tanaja had previously asked him what he wanted to drink. "Mr. Dantes, I heard you're a merchant from Desi. I wonder what line of work you were in the past?" Maury Mocht asked casually as he joked. "Your last name always makes me think of many things." This was the surname of the protagonist in one of Roselle the Great's best-selling novels. Klein chuckled and returned with a question in a humorous manner. "What line of work does digging up a treasure belong to?" This was also the content of the best-selling novel. Without waiting for the counselors to respond, he said the content that he had long prepared. "I once had my own mineral deposits, but as you know, there will be a day when they're all dug up. A city that thrives on mining will eventually decline." He was hinting at the resource-based cities in Desi County, where he was born. In those places, gangs ran amok and there were many hidden tycoons. It was difficult for ordinary people to investigate Don Dantes' situation without spending more than half a year. Bishop Electra nodded in thought. "That's why you chose to come to Bakeland in search of new opportunities? I wonder who led you into the church?" Chapter 770. As for Electra's latter question, Klein had already rehearsed it. Upon hearing that, he sighed and said, "It was my father, a truly wise elder. Unfortunately, he passed away in an accident many years ago." When he said that, he incorporated the feelings of the original Klein's parents, the accumulated emotions of being unable to return home in a foreign land, and the traces left behind by his experience in Tingen City. His tone seemed calm with a hint of a smile, but there was a hint of sorrow hidden in it. It was a sense of eternity. Sorry, he must have entered the divine kingdom and is sleeping peacefully under the goddess's watch, Bishop Electra said sincerely. Bishop Electra said sincerely as he tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing the crimson moon. Without waiting for Don Dantes' response, he looked at him and invited, "The day after tomorrow, there will be a moon mass for the deceased. The day after tomorrow, there will be a moon mass for the dead to help them sleep in the goddess kingdom and obtain eternal peace. I wonder if you're interested in participating?" The Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have many festive days. The most important one was the Winter Gifts Day, followed by the Grand Mass during the full moon, also known as the Moon Massachusetts. After that was the normal Mass and prayers on Sundays. However, different dioceses and cathedrals had different guardian saints or angels, so they had their own special festive day. That's exactly what I wish for. Klein stood up and bowed as he said sincerely. This allowed him to interact with the priests and bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral. He could even form a relationship with the diocesan bishop, allowing him to enter certain areas of the cathedral in the future. And at the same time, he once again realized why the Evernight pathway could be interchanged with the death pathway. Both of them had the authorities of tranquility, eternal slumber, darkness, and so on. They represented the end and endpoint. Following that, Maury Mocked didn't discuss the topic of Don Dantes' identity and experiences. It was as though he had just casually asked. He and his wife, Rihanna, began chatting about their vacation experiences in Desi Bay over the years. Having crammed on the relevant information and having stayed there for 2 days, Klein responded in a native tone, sharing the specialty of Desi's roasted fish. During this process, he even pretended to casually mention his hunting activities when he was doing business in West Balham, as though he was very familiar with the primitive forest there. This was to pave the way for Don Dantes' second identity. And West Balham was different from East Balham. Rouen and Intis's colonial powers were on par. They often had conflicts, and even the areas under their control would change from time to time. It wasn't a simple matter to investigate the activities of a merchant or adventurer, especially when Don Dantes might be using a fake name. As for his hunting experience in West Balham's primitive forest, Klein didn't randomly fabricate it, nor did he copy it from some magazine or newspaper. He had used the glorious deeds of the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson, as a blueprint. He had extracted the details and abandoned the main idea to play it out himself. It was both real and fake. Upon hearing about the thick pythons in the forest, the man-eating fish with sharp teeth, and the flowers that could capture their prey, Member of Parliament Mock's wife, Rihanna, would exclaim from time to time. She looked afraid but also eager to learn more. As for the Member of Parliament and the bishop, they were equally interested. They couldn't help but interrupt Don Dantes' description to ask about the details. "You really are an excellent hunter. Back when I was serving in East Balham, I never had the chance to enter the forest. I never expected it to be so dangerous." After the extremely gentlemanly middle-aged gentleman finished speaking, Maury Mocked picked up a tiny piece of velvet cake and sincerely praised him. "If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to invite you to hunt with me." As they conversed, the maidservant had already served them afternoon tea and snacks. A male servant was in charge of serving them by the side. Upon hearing Mock's half-hearted invitation, Klein replied with a smile, "I can't wait. I can't wait any longer." After chatting for a while and talking about the management of Baekeland's atmosphere, the three guests bade him farewell. As they had just gotten to know each other and weren't considered familiar with each other, Klein didn't hold them back. He sent them to the door with his valet, Richardson. As he watched the bishop, the Member of Parliament, and the Member of Parliament's wife leave, the smile on Klein's face faded bit by bit, but it didn't completely disappear. He was rather satisfied with his present progress. Bishop Electra was directly connected to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. It was the main reason why he had returned to Baekeland. Member of Parliament Maury Mocked was a retired soldier and a current Member of Parliament. Without a doubt, he belonged to one or a few military officers' clubs. It was beneficial for him to continue investigating the Great Smog of Baekeland. Next, it's time to deepen our connection bit by bit. When Klein returned to the living room, he saw that the maidservant had already taken away the remaining snacks and tea. He had planned on eating a little more regardless of the other food. Rouen, especially Baekeland's desserts, was rather outstanding, and the chef that Don Dantes had hired was especially skilled in this field. Even Ma and Rihanna had been praising him, something that Klein agreed with. Retracting his gaze, Klein didn't say a word as he stably walked to the staircase that led to the third floor. Before dinner, Walter finally returned home and reported to him about the 10% shares of the Bakeland Bike Company. "Sir, we were lucky enough. Someone had hired professional lawyers and accountants to investigate the Bakeland Bike Company's situation. They had provided the seller with a price before the advertisement was published, but in the subsequent negotiations, there was a buyer who offered a higher price. He was unable to continue and could only give up. This way, we don't need to wait for the investigation report. We can directly hire the original team." Klein nodded and didn't hide anything. "What's the price now?" "The buyer who gave up offered £6,000. His bottom line is £7,000. The seller didn't divulge the other buyer's situation, but from the various sources, it's at least £8,000. £8,000. Not bad. Should I raise my hand? If I were to raise the price slightly, the other party would immediately give up. Wouldn't that be awkward?" Klein nodded gently. "Give me the corresponding report. I'll consider it." After flipping through the report and having dinner, to establish a generous but shrewd image, Klein turned to Richardson and said, "Prepare a two-wheeled carriage. Prepare the carriage. I'm going out for a while." He originally imagined that Richardson would be surprised and ask why it was a two-wheeled carriage, as it wasn't presentable enough. To his surprise, his valet only flashed a hint of doubt before he respectfully replied, "Prepare a two-wheeled carriage." "All right, sir." Obeying orders without asking why is also a merit. Klein sighed inwardly as he waited for Richardson to help him put on his coat. After getting on the two-wheeled carriage, he directly instructed, "Head to the Bakeland Bridge area and the borders of Eastborough." Richardson still didn't ask for the purpose as he instructed the carriage driver to carefully steer the horse. The carriage passed through Sherwood Borough and arrived at the Bakeland Bridge area under the illumination of the gas lamp. Klein didn't say where he was going, but he got the carriage driver to freely traverse the nearby street. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and looked out at the street. He saw pedestrians wearing old clothes and walking with tired faces. It seemed that they had just finished a busy day and were in a hurry to go home to enjoy dinner. Occasionally, a bicycle would pass by with a ringing bell and rush into the distance. Compared to the pedestrians, the expression of the cyclist was more energetic and brimming with an indescribable pride. It's a very direct distinction between the different ranks. Although it's just the difference between a skilled worker and an ordinary worker, the difference between a weekly salary of £1 to £2 and less than £1. Klein slowly exhaled and subconsciously looked up into the sky. At this moment, Bakeland had already fallen into complete darkness, but the smog wasn't too severe. He could see many resplendent stars through it. After the great smog, the environment is really getting better by the day. However, the situation of the lower-class workers in Eastborough doesn't seem to have changed much. Although their salaries might be higher and their working hours might have improved, the former has been offset by the rise in prices due to the massive influx of people. As for the latter, the change is rather limited. At most, it's shortened from 15 to 16 hours to 11 to 12 hours. It's really to resolve any problems that arise. Pretend as though nothing has happened. The kingdom is still undergoing internal reforms. Many things haven't been straightened out. Klein's thoughts drifted as he watched until the carriage left Sherwood Borough. On the future, Admiral of Stars Catlia stood behind the window of the captain's cabin as she watched Frank Lee push a wooden barrel into the shadows. It was unknown what was placed inside before covering it tightly. He seems to have been studying the growth of plants in dark environments recently. Why did it suddenly become normal? Catlia frowned in puzzlement. She kept worrying that Frank Lee was brewing a huge invention. "I'll get Nina to ask later." Just as this thought flashed through her mind, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head and saw an additional letter on her desk. Without realizing it, a faint smile suffused across her face. Catlia walked over, opened the letter, and quickly scanned through it. There are 2 Obninsks that don't belong to the Church of the Storm in the vicinity of the Abyss Maelstrom, north of Sonia Island, found a direct descendant of the House of Abraham. Well done. The Abyss Maelstrom was the name of a dangerous sea, not an abyss. House of Abraham. Katlia thought for a moment, but she failed to find any clues. She planned on asking at the next tarot gathering. The next morning, after seriously divining to raise the price, Klein said to Walter, "Hire that team and continue the negotiations." "Hire that team and continue negotiating. My base price is £9,000. "All right, sir," Walter said apologetically. Walter immediately said apologetically, "Something happened at home, so I hope I can have half a day off in advance." "No problem. Do you need any help?" Klein asked warmly. "Thank you for your kind intentions. I can resolve it. Besides, there's no rush. I'll first settle the equity negotiations," Walter said sincerely. Klein didn't ask further as he nodded and approved his leave. After the butler left the room, Klein turned his head to Richardson. "Did Walter meet anyone this morning?" "Mr. Butler received a letter," Richardson answered without hiding anything. Chapter 771. He received a letter? Didn't he say that something happened at home? Walter's family lives in Bakeland. Wouldn't it be faster to take a public carriage or a rental carriage if something really happened? With his income and land in the countryside, he'll definitely be able to afford it. Klein nodded as though it was a casual question and didn't say another word. He slowly walked back to the reclining chair and sat down. He picked up a newspaper and began reading it seriously. Upon seeing this, Richardson didn't say a word as he silently retreated out of the room and closed the wooden door silently. When he heard a soft click, Klein moved his gaze away from the newspaper and looked at the door, thinking to himself, "I've discovered another advantage of Richardson. I discovered another strength of Richardson's. He likes to observe his surroundings, and he's able to notice valuable information. Back when Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Morimock's place, he was the first to see it from the balcony. However, this is different from a spectator. The main point is the incident and not the details. Walter's matter is a little abnormal. Could this be the additional development that Rhodes mentioned? Regardless, I'll do a divination first to prevent myself from being unaware of any danger. With this in mind, Klein immediately entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. And every time he existed as the Fool, his core beneath the gray fog would be Klein Moretti's appearance. It wouldn't overlap with Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, or Don Dantes. As he lacked the necessary information, all he could do was divine his own safety. Therefore, he didn't use a dream technique. Instead, he took off the spirit pendulum on his wrist and wrote the corresponding divination statement. "Walter's abnormality will bring me danger." Holding the pendulum in his left hand and closing his eyes, Klein entered a cogitation state and recited the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, and the amplitude and speed were rather normal. This also meant that Walter's abnormality wouldn't bring him danger. But that can only mean one thing. Perhaps I'll encounter trouble that isn't dangerous. In addition, there's another possibility. Whether it's dangerous or not depends on whether I make the right choice. If I get involved rashly, even if it isn't dangerous, it will become dangerous. Klein interpreted it based on his rich experience. Just as he put down this matter, he suddenly saw the crimson star that symbolized the hermit emit light as it expanded and contracted. Is the payment from the scales of luck about to arrive? Klein was delighted and immediately spread his spirituality over. After the interaction, he was disappointed. This was because Katlia was only requesting Mr. Fool to pass her message to the hanging man. She didn't mention when the deal with the world would be completed. There's an Obninsk in the abyssal vortex north of Sonia Island? Mr. the Hanging Man's luck isn't bad. At the very least, he doesn't need to enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods like me. Of course, obninsks are very dangerous as well. Using them to hold a ritual isn't that simple. Mr. the Hanging Man might even need to seek sea god's help. Hermit's request is actually to help find a direct descendant of the House of Abraham. This means that Queen Mystic is rather aware of Mr. Door's origins. The Emperor mentioned it to her? As Klein connected the dots from Catlia's words, he threw the corresponding image into the crimson star representing the Hanging Man. At this moment, Alger Wilson had just finished his report and passed the test. He had boarded the Blue Avenger again. Upon seeing the endless gray fog and hearing the hermit's words, he walked to the captain's cabin without a change in expression. His strides remained the same as usual. After entering the room and closing the door, he came to the liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of Lanty Proof, the favorite drink of Pirate. He flipped open a beer mug and poured half a cup. Alger then picked up the glass mug and brought it to his mouth. He gulped it down as though it wasn't liquor but water. During this process, his eyes were half closed as though he was immersed in his own world, the world. After finishing half a cup of Lanty Proof, Alger put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "A direct descendant of the House of Abraham? This might be very difficult for others with almost no clues, but I can ask Miss Magicians. Her teacher is... Admiral of Stars still doesn't know about this." He quickly reined in his emotions and paced back and forth a few times. Finally, he decided to give up on his previous thoughts and calmly respond to Catlia's request. "Admiral of Stars won't only get my help. At next week's tarot gathering, she might very well issue this mission to all the members. And the others also know that Miss Magician's teacher is from the Abraham family. There's no need to lie about something that can easily be exposed. I can't ruin the many transactions that might happen in the future because of my greed. At times, honesty is the method with the least cost." Alger stopped in his tracks and bowed his head respectfully as he recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. "Please inform Hermit that she can directly ask Miss Magicians about clues regarding the direct descendants of the House of Abraham." After instructing Admiral of Stars to change her request, Alger took the initiative to mention his encounter on the night of the blood moon. He asked Mr. Fool if the item that resonated with the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic was the Book of Calamity. He also asked if the woman holding the golden wine cup in the Coral Palace in his dream was Kohainum. "There's such a thing? Queen of Calamity really isn't dead yet. It's likely that she had split the Beyonder characteristic. A portion of it was made into the Book of Calamity, while another portion was left in the underwater ruin. Yes, there might be a third or fourth portion, but I don't know where it is." After the Hanging Man finished his story, Klein was certain without a doubt that the elf in his dream was Queen of Calamity Kohainum. This wasn't intuition, but an inference with evidence. He had once obtained the golden wine cup that Elf Queen Kohainum liked the most, and there was a similar vessel in the dream. Elven songster Ciatas knew some of the details of the Queen of Calamity's life, and she had deep feelings for this angel. This meant that she was most likely an elf by Kohainum's side. It was completely understandable that the Beyonder characteristic she left behind resonated with the Book of Calamity on the night of the blood moon. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He had handed Kohainum's favorite golden wine cup to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and got her to place it in Ciatas's tomb. If the Queen of Calamity really isn't completely dead, would the burial of the golden wine cup and the elf corpses beside her produce some sort of anomaly? Klein hurriedly did a count of the time and realized that he wasn't sure if the Golden Dream had reached Sonia Island. After some thought, he calmly replied to the Hanged Man, "I'm not sure. Yes." Following that, he delivered the first half of the Hanging Man's words to the crimson star that symbolized Catlia. After doing all of this, he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him pray. "I'm going to pray. Honorable Mr. Fool, Please inform Donis to ask Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards if there's anything abnormal about elven songster Ciatas's corpse and the golden wine cup. Phew. After completing the operation, Klein exhaled and threw the corresponding image into the specially marked prayer point of light beside him. Then, he returned to the real world and walked out of the bathroom. He came in front of the dressing mirror and looked at the figure with white sideburns and deep blue eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit, knowing that he had returned from Mr. Fool to the mysterious tycoon Don Dantes' biome in the primeval forest. The bragging Donis, who was drinking and eating at a resistance base, suddenly trembled as he nearly choked on the liquid in his mouth. Although this wasn't the first time he had received a response from the great fool, it still left him trembling in fear. He felt a baffling sense of fear. After he identified the figure and understood the words, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that German Sparrow had asked him to do something. As captain? That's simple. The Golden Dream will come to fetch me in a few days. German Sparrow isn't crazy at all in front of the great fool. He's even very pious and respectful. Donis quickly relaxed as he thought leisurely. At the same time, on the future, Katlia, who had received a reply, silently muttered to herself in surprise, "That's right. Directly ask Miss Magicians?" Yes, she seems to be a beyonder of the apprentice pathway. She's actually related to the House of Abraham? She's indeed not simple. Katlia considered for a moment and decided not to give the hanging man a new mission. This was because she wasn't sure if Miss Magicians was willing to reveal clues to the House of Abraham. Walter returned to 160 Buckland Street in the afternoon. His expression was normal, and just like before, the matter had been easily resolved. Klein didn't ask further. He felt that their relationship hadn't reached the point where his butler could be honest with him. Furthermore, the problem hadn't been directly exposed in front of him, so there was no way to hide it. Time quickly passed as he studied. The next evening, before the full moon arrived, Klein brought his valet, Richardson, to St. Samuel Cathedral in a rented high-class carriage to participate in the Moon, Massachusetts. He wasn't worried about the possible donations because Miss Justice had already paid the £1,000. He had £2,186 on him, so donating a few £100 wouldn't put him in a difficult position. It's just not putting him in a difficult position. Klein sighed as he looked at the symmetrical bell tower outside the window. He left the carriage, crossed the square, and walked into St. Samuel Cathedral. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 772. After waiting outside the prayer hall for nearly 10 minutes, Klein and the other believers who were participating in the moon mass entered under the guidance of the priest. In the dark and quiet atmosphere, they were greeted by a neat and ethereal chanting. The crimson full moon rises, casting its light on the land. Everyone sinks into a sweet dream, dreaming of themselves, dreaming of parents, wives, and children. This is forever. Note 1. As the holy and rhythmic voice echoed, the believers in the prayer hall couldn't help but calm down. It was as though they had forgotten the troubles of life, and were no longer worried about the various problems of the real world. Under the guidance of a few priests, they found their seats. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra, who was in charge of the Mass, held the revelation of Evernight and began to preach a simple sermon. When this segment came to an end, the priests picked up water and bread and distributed it to Klein and company. This was the blessing of the Evernight, food shared by the living and the dead. Klein, who had yet to enjoy his dinner, naturally didn't waste the bread and the cup of water. Then, he saw the candles on the altar light up. Against the backdrop of the darkness, they were like stars in the night sky, emitting a reassuring light and heat. At this moment, Bishop Electra led the priests and everyone in the choir to recite in unison, "We will look up at the night sky, tenderly say her name, Evernight Goddess. Apart from Evernight Goddess, there are no other words. May the Goddess, in between the angels singing, pluck them along with the sweet silence, and hold them in her gentle right hand." Goddess. If she hears it, she will definitely agree. She will definitely reveal a pure smile to the dead. Come, rest and sleep, my children. Note 2. The empty voice bore into the ears of every believer with a sense of holiness, as though it resonated with all the spirits present. As a sequence 5 beyonder, Klein felt as though his soul body was being cleansed at that moment as his spirituality naturally and comfortably flowed out. Following that, a silent darkness appeared in front of him, a darkness without any sound. In the darkness, corpses lay there one after another. Their faces were pale but serene, as if they hadn't died and were only sleeping. Klein calmly walked through the darkness with a calm mind. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked diagonally ahead. A few people were sleeping at the place where the moon flower was quietly blooming. They were Dunsmith, who wasn't wearing his hat and trench coat, old Neil, who was still wearing his classic black robe, and the short Kenley, who was working hard to save money. Their eyes were closed in a relaxed manner, and there seemed to be a faint smile on their lips. Around them were tombstones after tombstones, and each one had the same words written on it, Guardian. Klein closed his eyes as the holy and ethereal voice rang in his ears. Cross your hands, put it on your chest, and say the wordless prayer, and cry from your heart, the only home is peace. Note 3. Klein lowered his head and closed his eyes. He raised his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. Then, he silently repeated himself, the only home is peace. The only home is peace. He repeated it again and again until the prayer hall became extremely quiet. Only then did Klein open his eyes and rub the corners of his eyes. He slowly exhaled and looked to his left and right. With the light from the candlesticks, he discovered that most of the believers were crying without realizing it. Even his valet, Richardson, had lost his composure and allowed his tears to flow down without him wiping them away. The moon mass is closer to a ritual with beyonder powers. Its effect should be to resonate with everyone's soul, allowing different people to see the deceased they were close to in the darkness. They can release their grief and obtain peace. Yes, this isn't a mutation that only targets beyonders, so I can be at ease. To ordinary people, this is just a momentary hallucination and an outlet for their emotions. They will only believe that the goddess is great, and they won't suspect any supernatural powers. Sequence 5 of the Evernight pathway seems to have greatly improved their control over spirits. Klein retracted his gaze and made a judgment. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the darkness and the deceased lying in the moon flower. Closing his eyes, Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. That dark plane with moon flower, night vanilla, and slumber flower is a manifestation of the goddess's divine kingdom? Then, what does the source of danger at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods correspond to? Klein gradually outlined the cold night scene he saw on the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea, as well as the fog that enveloped the surface of the sea. In the mist, there was a pitch-black, ancient church with a steepled roof. Crows were circling above it, as if they were offering sacrifices and mourning. Around the church, there were ordinary houses, simple wooden houses, grayish-white mills, and vague figures of people. Logically speaking, this foggy scene that's closely related to night and dreams should have been formed by the remnant aura of the goddess or annihilation demonic wolf, Phlegria. However, it's completely different from the corresponding divine kingdom. Mortals can't pry into deities. Perhaps that dark plane with flowers and grass isn't a projection of the divine kingdom, but a byproduct of a ritual. Seeing that the moon mass was coming to an end, Klein reached into his inner pocket and took out his wallet. Holding his wallet, he got up and entered the aisle. He walked all the way to the altar, and under Bishop Electra's benevolent and compassionate expression, he walked diagonally to the donation box. After tapping his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion to draw the crimson moon, Klein threw all the large bills in. A total of £300. At that moment, Klein wasn't as pained and reluctant as before. He was extremely calm because he recalled the ritual old Neil used to repay his debt. That time, under the goddess's blessings, they had picked up a wallet with more than £300 in cash. He took a step back and drew the crimson moon again, giving up his position to the donor behind him. At that moment, Bishop Electra took the initiative to come over. As he drew the crimson moons clockwise, he said, "May the goddess bless you. May the goddess know that what I want the most right now is to listen to your teachings," Klein replied with a smile. Bishop Electra glanced at the side exit of the prayer hall. "If you don't mind waiting for a quarter of an hour, I can preach to you in the library." "That's exactly what I want." Klein smiled warmly. Bishop Electra immediately got a priest to lead Don Dantes and his servants out of the prayer hall through a side passageway, circling to the library not far from the spiral staircase. There were huge bookshelves here, filled with all sorts of books related to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There were also tables and chairs on both sides for the priests and bishops to study and preach to their believers. 12 minutes later, Bishop Electra entered the library with a smile that calmed one's heart. He saw the white sideburned and elegant Don Dantes standing in front of a row of bookshelves, engrossed in reading a book. He looked very scholarly. "What are you reading?" he asked with a smile. Klein closed the book and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Revelation of Evernight. To be frank, although I'm a devout believer of the goddess, I've been busy with my life over the past few years. I've never calmed down to read this holy Bible seriously." As he spoke, he didn't show any abnormalities on the surface, but he was feeling a little uneasy. He was afraid that the goddess would directly send a bolt of lightning to reward her devout believer, Don Dantes. Yes, lightning isn't in the goddess's domain. Klein consoled himself. Bishop Electra smiled and took the revelation of Evernight. "It's not too late to begin now." He then invited Don Dantes to sit down at a table and systematically explained the composition of the revelation of Evernight and the key holy words within. Richardson took his employer's hat and cane and sat a little further away. As he waited in silence, he diverted his attention to listen to the bishop's preaching. Time ticked by as Klein, who appeared serious, suddenly had his spiritual perception triggered as the scene outside naturally surfaced in his mind. This was his intuition, one that originated from a clown. It was an intuition that had been enhanced by the gray fog. Outside the door, an elder in a clergyman's black robe passed by and walked towards the spiral staircase nearby. His white hair was rather lush, but he hadn't combed it, making it look rather messy. His face was thin, as though his skin was wrapped around his bones. He had a rather cold bearing, and his skin was abnormally pale. His eyes were a rare pure black. The figure quickly disappeared from the door, and not far away, there was the sound of footsteps that gradually became louder. "An insider. But it's not the one I met in the prayer hall. He's on duty today?" Klein looked intently at Bishop Electra, appearing as though he was pondering over the contents of the Holy Bible. He wasn't surprised that an insider would appear inside the cathedral at this time and pass by the library. This was because the seal behind Cheney's gate would reach its peak at night, making it unsuitable for living creatures. Therefore, keepers would enter at sunrise and leave at sunset. And now it was completely dark. Remember what day it is today and what day it is. Later, gradually add the corresponding information and figure out the keeper's rotation. Only then can I act as a suitable target at the right time. Klein reined in his thoughts and listened carefully. Half an hour later, he got up and bade farewell. He smiled at Bishop Electra. "I wonder if I'll have the honor of listening to your preaching in the future?" "No problem." Faced with a tycoon who had just donated £300, Bishop Electra couldn't reject him. He even nodded happily and said, "As long as you come to the cathedral, as long as I have the time." Klein didn't harp on the details to prevent himself from arousing suspicion. After thanking him sincerely, he left St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Richardson. It wasn't even 8 when he returned home, just in time for dinner and leisurely spend the rest of the day. Late at night, in the master bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual intuition told him that someone had infiltrated his house. Note 1. Adapted from Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Note 2. Adapted from I.B.A. Browning, The Crying of Children. Note 3. Adapted from Thomas Hood, The Bridge of Sighs and Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Chapter 773. Someone infiltrated? Klein didn't immediately sit up. Instead, he turned his body sideways and reached his right palm under his pillow. He silently held death knell, and at the same time, he slowly spread out his left hand's fingers, allowing creeping hunger to be activated. Knowing that it would be difficult to find food for creeping hunger after returning to Bakeland, he had infiltrated the prison in Desi Bey's Conant City ahead of time and found a prisoner on the death row. After confirming the crime, he fed him to the glove. The people from Rose School have locked onto me? No, it's impossible that it's that fast. Besides, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't come knocking on my door. Instead, they would wait for an opportunity and strike me when I pass by a remote area. It's to prevent me from alarming the official factions in Bakeland. I donated too much money at Moonmass, so I've been targeted by criminals? It's indeed very easy for a tycoon who just came to Bakeland to spend lavishly to become the target of others. Of course, it's also possible that the Nighthawks are doing a routine investigation. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein heard a tiny commotion coming from the balcony of the half-open room next door. Right on the heels of that, there was a slight sound as the floor-to-ceiling window was pulled open almost silently. Klein listened carefully and sensed footsteps passing through the half-open room and into the corridor. After a slight pause, the footsteps walked towards the master bedroom before going past it and twisting the door handle of the valet's room. Did I come to the wrong place? Or is he here for Richardson? Klein's heart stirred as he released Death Knell's right palm and reached for the nearby iron cigar case. After he dispelled the wall of spirituality, an illusory figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat instantly appeared beside him and walked into the full-body mirror. When Senor, the Wraith Marionette, jumped onto the glass window of Richardson's room, he happened to see a figure with tanned skin, soft facial features, and raven-black hair walk out of the room. As for Richardson, he sat silently by the side of the bed, his body leaning forward. His back was arched as though he had fused into the darkness. His expression alternated between fear, awkwardness, and weakness. In the end, he fell silent. As expected, he's here to look for Richardson. His appearance is similar to that of a person from the southern continent. His movements are agile and his movements are practiced. He shouldn't be an ordinary person. This is a friend that Richardson got to know in the manor in the southern continent, or is it a connection from his mother's side? Richardson was only a valet with an annual salary of £35. Why would she need his help? Klein observed from Senor's perspective while making guesses in his mind. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Richardson was so observant and liked to observe the passers-by from the balcony. He was afraid that someone would find him. I hope it's not a big problem. It won't affect my plans. I'll do a divination later. If Richardson can't resolve the problem, I'll have to find an excuse to fire him. Seeing that his valet was lying down again, Klein unsummoned his Wraith Marionette. At the same time, Leonard Mitchell, who lived at 7 Pinster Street, once again entered the fog-shrouded sleeping Bakeland. He had previously asked reporter Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer in his dream, and had come to the conclusion that Sherlock Moriarty hadn't voluntarily gotten involved in the Lenivus matter, but had been hired to participate. This made his suspicions plummet. If it wasn't for the fact that this great detective had appeared on the periphery of the Clapham matter, and had a close relationship with the Harvest Church's Emlyn White, Leonard Mitchell would have given up on the investigation and continued searching for Zangwill's whereabouts. As Sherlock Moriarty didn't have many friends in the Quelleg Club, one of whom had died in the Prince Edisac incident, and the other was reporter Mike Joseph, Leonard only had one target left: Dr. Alan Series. From the internal information, this doctor was also involved in a beyonder matter that involved the monster pathway. After having his items exchanged, he no longer suffered from bad luck or nightmares, and his life returned to normal. Most of the people that Sherlock Moriarty knows are involved with beyonders. This detective is definitely not simple. As Leonard thought, he rang the doorbell that symbolized Alan Series' dream. After entering the dream, he casually found a sofa to sit on and looked at Dr. Allen opposite him. He looked at Dr. Allen and said, "Tell me in detail how you got to know Sherlock Moriarty." In the dream, Allen didn't hide anything. He started from Mrs. Mary's introduction of Sherlock Moriarty to the Quelleg Club, and how he was invited as a recommendation, all the way to the detective's suggestion that he inform the bishop of the church of the Evernight goddess of the unusual matter he had encountered. Just as described in the information, Sherlock Moriarty's attitude towards the official factions is rather friendly, and he has obtained the endorsement of Eichinger Stanton. Leonard glanced at the bearded Sherlock conjured by Dr. Allen, retracted his gaze, and continued listening. After Allen finished explaining the relevant matters in detail, he said, "He went south for a vacation and hasn't returned. He went to the south for a vacation and never returned. I've always been worried. However, he's a great detective filled with wisdom and love. I don't think anything will happen to him. I hope he'll be able to attend the celebration banquet after my child's birth." Perhaps Leonard suspected that Sherlock Moriarty wouldn't return to Bakeland. He then politely bade farewell and walked out of Dr. Allen's dream. After taking a few steps forward, he subconsciously looked back and saw that in the house with a garden, there were blurry spheres of light that represented dreams intersecting, filling up the entire space. There was nothing wrong with them. Was I imagining things? I keep feeling like there's something different about me. Leonard muttered, turned around, and flew towards Pinster Street. As far as he could see, the fog was thick, and the gas lamps were dim and pale. Suddenly, Leonard stopped flying and cast his gaze at a building. Inside the building, 5 blurry spheres of light floated silently, no different from the other buildings around it. However, in Leonard's spiritual perception, there seemed to be a black blob in the house that could absorb all light. Furthermore, he realized that he didn't recognize this street. He felt his heart palpitate as he suspected that he had seen something he shouldn't have. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and prepared to leave this place and rush back to where his body was. At this moment, a teasing voice sounded from the ordinary-looking building. "Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea?" All the thoughts in Leonard's mind instantly exploded, and without thinking, he flew at high speed. In his spiritual perception, the row houses and garden buildings behind him grew larger one after another. The doors and windows turned into mouths that bit at him. The nearby iron-black gas lamp poles grew upwards, turning the surroundings into a steel jungle, as though they were stopping Leonard. Leonard didn't stop, nor did he turn back. He only felt the coldness on his back become more and more obvious and intense. His body gradually stiffened, as though countless invisible hands were grabbing his body. Just as he thought that he couldn't hold on any longer, the familiar house in front of him, the familiar windows, and the familiar lights were reflected in his eyes. Leonard hurriedly held his breath, plummeted, and fell into his dream. Phew! He woke up, his head covered in cold sweat. "Old man, what exactly did I encounter just now?" Leonard retracted his legs from the edge of the desk and asked fearfully. The slightly aged voice in his mind took a few seconds to reply. "I'm not sure." Leonard's eyelids immediately drooped as he didn't ask further. He then cast his gaze out the window and saw that Bakeland was filled with lights at night. It was peaceful and tranquil. 160 Buckland Street, inside Don Dantes' manor. "Sir, Ma Amwana Heisen is here," Richardson entered the room and said to Klein. When Klein heard that, he put down the newspaper and looked up to glance at his valet. He realized that he was still a man of few words. He was silent, reserved, and timid. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him. If it wasn't for the divination results, it would be fine. Abruptly firing him would easily arouse suspicion. Klein silently mumbled as he stood up as though nothing had happened. He got Richardson to help him put on his coat. 15 minutes later, he hugged his etiquette teacher, Wynne Heisen, and began learning another dance commonly used at social occasions. I feel like I'll lose my job in a few days. After a while, Wynne subtly praised Don Dantes' progress and finally said, but you're still a little reserved. Although you don't need to be like men with intis who are always close to the ladies, you don't have to always maintain a certain distance. It's normal to have occasional contact. You seem too stiff now. Klein pulled her a little closer and replied with a smile, That's right. I'm afraid of being rude. Does this mean it is rude to be too close to a lady? Does he also mean that I'm very charming and that he'll embarrass himself if he gets too close to me? This is a subtle compliment. Wahana's thoughts raced as she smiled faintly. You're learning well. The dance continued. Klein glanced at Wynne Heisen's face and asked casually and gently, Madam, you seem to be troubled? Wynne lowered her head and smiled. It's not a big problem. My husband is a businessman, and he recently had a small conflict with some people. We can resolve it. Yes, your question was too direct. Before both parties establish a friendship, it's best not to ask what happened to others unless they've made it very obvious. Compared to you, who comes from different upper-class families and knows many madams and ladies, a wealthy businessman who just arrived in Bakeland doesn't have many connections. Klein nodded gently and smiled. I thought we were no longer strangers. He then changed the topic and began talking about his experiences and the neighbors around him. As Wynne listened, she responded, allowing Klein to grasp the characteristics and preferences of the neighbors. After Wynne left, Klein stood by the door for a long time before turning his head to the butler. Walter, find out what trouble Ma and Wynne has encountered. If she can't resolve it, we'll provide her with timely help. Chapter 774. In the evening, Klein, who had just returned from St. Samuel Cathedral, was about to enter the dining hall on the second floor when he saw butler Walter come over. Sir, the matter you wanted to investigate has been clarified. Klein didn't ask in front of the servants around him, as he nodded calmly. Let's go to the study. Walter followed behind him all the way to the third floor. He watched as Richardson opened the door to the study room and lit up the gas wall lamp inside. Klein walked unhurriedly to the back of the desk and sat down. He looked at the butler and waited for him to speak. Walter gestured for Richardson to stand guard outside the door as he leaned closer to the desk and deliberated over his words. When the door was closed again, he said, Ma Wahana's husband is a cloth merchant. He previously worked with someone and invested £1,000, but the other party ran off with the goods. She has already requested Member of Parliament Mocht and Ma Rihanna to urge the police to solve the case as soon as possible. However, the police can't guarantee that they will definitely find the target. Klein picked up the black fountain pen on the desk and stroked it. To Madame Wahana's family, £1,000 isn't a small sum. As far as he knew, the average governess did not earn more than £150 a year, and even less if the employer provided lodging and food. Although Wynne served the upper class and had many employers, her annual income was £400 to £500 at most. Furthermore, she had to spend a large portion of it on her own attire, posture, and appearance to prevent her employers from thinking that she wasn't presentable enough and unable to teach her etiquette. Yes, her husband's income is only considered average among the cloth merchants. To him, £1,000 is a rather large investment, Walter said tactfully. It's the same for me. Klein sighed and smiled. I just came to Bakeland. I'm not familiar with the police department. Walter immediately replied, Sir, when I was serving Viscount Conrad, I knew a few members of the Bakeland Senior Police Association. Bakeland Senior Police Officers Association? They were all high-ranking people in Civilau's Yard. Even the chief superintendent in charge of the district's security was not qualified to enter. Civilau's Yard was the police station of Bakeland, named after the street on which it stood. As expected of a butler from a noble family, Klein sighed inwardly and shook his head with a smile. There's no need for the time being. In this aspect, Ma Mwana can seek help from too many people. Be it Member of Parliament Mocked or anyone else, they have the ability to make Civilau's Yard take this case seriously. He paused and pretended to say casually, I've seen the bottom of this society, and I know how they live. Sometimes, the police might not be as useful as gang members or bounty hunters. Walter, go to the police department and get the relevant information. Go to the famous bars in the Bakeland Bridge area and East Borough to post the bounty. Regardless of whether you find the corresponding criminal or retrieve the cloth, I'll give you a reward of £200. Hee, I just hope those scammers are still in Bakeland. £200 bounty? Walter repeated the number and couldn't help but glance at his employer, as though he couldn't believe that he was willing to pay so much for Wahana's matter. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to remind her of something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Yes, sir. I'll give you the money directly. Klein slowly stood up and took out his wallet. As Walter received the thick stack of cash, he pondered and asked, Should we tell Lady Wahana? Klein smiled. No need. Walter nodded in enlightenment and bowed. Your reputation for generosity and kindness will spread throughout this neighborhood. East Side, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively tavern. Zio, who had carefully combed her short blonde hair, squeezed through the area filled with the fragrance of alcohol and the stench of sweat and arrived at the bar counter. She knocked on the wooden board and said to the bartender, Are there any new commissions today? If it were anyone else, the bartender would definitely ignore them if they asked without ordering alcohol. But seeing that it was Zio, a bounty hunter whom everyone would rather not drink, he could only sigh. There's a very generous bounty, £200. £200. Zio nearly suspected that she had heard wrongly. Apart from receiving missions of this level or higher from Miss Audrey, she had never encountered such a bounty in East Borough or Bakeland Bridge. Even the Aztec Eggers mission that had sent bounty hunters into a frenzy was only £150. To an ordinary bounty hunter, as long as they could complete this commission, it meant that they didn't need to work for a year. To Zio, this was equally important. This was because she had been helping the mysterious golden-masked man for the past few months, and she had learned that he was from MI9. By accumulating merit points, she could exchange them for the interrogator potion formula. Therefore, the remuneration she received for helping him was very little. Most of it was converted into merit points, and her savings came from her advantage in finding and pursuing criminals after becoming a sheriff. Once I get the potion formula, I'll still have to spend money to buy Beyonder ingredients. And I only have about £300. Furs is right. Money isn't omnipotent, but it's sufficiently important. With this in mind, Zio looked at the bartender and asked cautiously, What mission? Who commissioned it? To find a few cheats. They scammed £1,000 worth of cloth. As the bartender handed the information to Zio, he said, The person who commissioned the mission seems to be a butler. He calls himself Walter, and he's in the service of Mr. Don Dantes of Buckland Street. If you can catch the cheats or find the cloth, you can head there to claim the bounty. Zio quickly flipped through the information as a corresponding image quickly appeared in her mind. She instinctively had a direction to investigate. I'll accept this mission, she immediately looked up and said. The bartender shrugged his shoulders and said, It's not just you. It's not just you. All the bounty hunters who have come here have accepted this mission. Furthermore, they have other ideas. What ideas? Zio asked out of curiosity. The bartender chuckled. They said that Mr. Don Dantes is so generous that if he's lacking a bodyguard, they can recommend themselves. However, they later gave up on this idea. This is because being a bodyguard isn't as free as being a bounty hunter. Even drinking has to be done on days off. This isn't a problem for me, but I can only be a bounty hunter. Zio nodded and jumped off the high stool in front of the bar counter. Without wasting any time, she walked to the door. The next day, after Klein finished his lunch, he planned on taking a stroll in his garden to aid digestion. At this moment, butler Walter came in and quietly followed behind him. He waited until there was no one around. "Sir, there are 2 matters," he said politely. "2 matters?" Klein was somewhat surprised. He imagined that there would only be one. Walter nodded and said, "Yes. The first matter is regarding 10% of the Bakeland Bike Company's shares. Someone has already offered £10,000. Sir, do you wish to continue bidding? Raise the price by £1,000? Not bad." Klein pretended to be put in a difficult position as he thought. "I just came to Bakeland. There are many things I need to restrain. Let's leave it at that." "Let's leave it at that. All right, sir." Walter then said, "The cheater who scammed Ma and Wahana's husband of the cloth has been caught. The bounty hunter is already nearby and is requesting payment." "That fast?" Klein turned his head in surprise and looked at his butler. If he were to take action personally, it was true that he could resolve it on the same day. After all, he had the dowsing rod technique to search for people. But the problem was that most bounty hunters weren't seers. Perhaps it's a beyonder who's good at tracking and finding people. Klein made a preliminary judgment. Walter answered with certainty, "Yes. It's much faster than I expected." According to the bounty hunter, she traced the source of the stolen goods and found the cheat. The source of the stolen goods was so easily revealed? From the looks of it, she's been educated with an iron fist. Klein nodded slightly. "What's the bounty hunter's name?" "She's very capable. She calls herself Zio," Walter answered truthfully. "No way." Klein nearly stumbled. Thankfully, he had the superb balance of a clown. He pretended to calm the waves in his heart as he deliberated and said, "Leave behind the contact information of the bounty hunter. Leave the contact information of the bounty hunter. Maybe there will be a chance to ask for her help in the future." "All right, sir." Walter didn't think that there was anything wrong with Don Dantes's instructions. A qualified member of high society had to have some unofficial channels. Klein didn't continue the topic of Zio as he tersely acknowledged. "How much was recovered?" "The cheat's cash and the unsold cloth totals £850. Walter seemed to have expected his employer to ask about this matter, so he had done an assessment ahead of time. "Very good." Klein nodded. After paying the bounty hunter, help her send the cheats and the stolen goods to the nearest police station. North Borough Police Station. Wynna and her husband, Bacchus, looked at the high-ranking inspector opposite them and asked in surprise, "Found it? Caught them?" The high-ranking inspector replied with a smile, "Yes." He recounted the amount of cash and cloth they had left, making Wynna and Bacchus heave a sigh of relief. £150 was something they could afford. Furthermore, the remaining cloth still had room for appreciation and profit. Overall, the losses weren't huge. They repeatedly thanked the officer until someone came to get Bacchus to identify the stolen goods and the criminal. Wynna sat there without losing her composure. She smiled at the high-ranking inspector in front of her. "Your efficiency has exceeded my expectations. I'm very curious. How did you find those cheats?" Knowing that the beautiful and elegant lady knew a House of Commons member of Parliament and that they would figure out the truth sooner or later, the high-ranking inspector didn't hide anything. Actually, it was done by a bounty hunter. She started by selling the stolen goods and quickly caught the culprit. "You issued a bounty?" Wynna seemed to understand the whole story. The high-ranking inspector shook his head and said, We didn't have the time. We haven't had the time. Someone posted a reward for £200. £200? Wyanna asked in surprise. This wasn't a small sum. It even exceeded the profits her husband expected from this business. Seeing the officer give an affirmative answer, Wyanna couldn't help but ask, who issued the bounty? The bounty hunter didn't say, but she was accompanied by a gentleman dressed as a butler. The high-ranking inspector simply described Walter's appearance. Wyanna vaguely guessed who it was as she leaned back and subconsciously muttered, £200 in the afternoon, at Member of Parliament Mock's house. Wyanna, who had come to teach his daughter etiquette, first thanked Ma and Rihanna for her help. The green-haired Rihanna said a few words of modesty and changed the topic. Wyanna, I heard that you're still Mr. Don Dante's etiquette teacher. What kind of person is he? Wyanna deliberated for a moment. A real gentleman, warm-hearted, generous, good-natured, cultured, gentlemanly, and knowledgeable. Rihanna nodded slightly. She turned to look at the haughty girl beside her and said with a light chuckle, It's a pity that he's too old. Otherwise, he would be a good matchmaking partner. Well, I'm going to invite him to the dance this weekend. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperors. Chapter 775. Saturday night, 8 o'clock. Klein took 2.5 minutes to arrive at Member of Parliament Mock's house at 39 Buckland Street in his luxurious carriage. Looking at the gurgling water reflecting the lights in the fountain, he buttoned his tailcoat as he alighted the carriage and slowly walked to the front door. Richardson held a bottle of beautifully packaged Southville red wine and followed closely behind his employer. After entering, Klein immediately saw Member of Parliament Maury Mock and his wife, Ma'am Rihanna, coming to welcome him. The former was wearing an olive-green army officer's uniform with an orange-red sash. There were a few medals hanging on his chest. In Rouen, active or retired military officers liked to wear their military uniforms at balls. The latter was wearing a yellow dress with a ruffled collar. It was adorned with rare and exquisite lace, making her look different from an unmarried lady. However, she similarly revealed her fair neck and shoulders. Klein took the bottle of Southville red wine from his valet, Richardson, and handed it to Mock before bowing. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. This was actually a common situation at Rouen banquet. Guests would rather be a certain amount of time late than arrive early. This was because the host might still be busy making the final preparations for the banquet. It wasn't a suitable time to entertain guests. Of course, lateness had to be limited to less than 10 minutes. If Wyanna hadn't specially taught him such things, Klein would have politely arrived earlier. It's fine. The ball hasn't officially begun. Mock glanced at the Southville red wine in his hand and handed it to his valet as he nodded with a smile. In Rouen's high society, one had to give the host a small gift when attending a banquet hosted by the host for the first time. Amongst them, alcoholic beverages were the most popular, but one had to remember to choose something locally produced for the first time. After exchanging greetings with the host, Klein looked at Ma'am Rihanna and saw her raise her right hand slightly. Hence, he took a step forward, held her hand and bent down to kiss it. Your radiance illuminates the entire ball. Before the start of the banquet, complimenting the host was one of the rare occasions in Rouen where there was no need to be reserved. Unlike Intis, the kissing of the hand in Rouen required the ladies to express their approval first before the men could proceed. Otherwise, it would be considered a serious breach of etiquette. So is your arrival, Lady Rihanna replied with a smile. Then, the couple led Don Dantes through the porch and into the hall. The melodious melody was already echoing in the hall. After taking a few steps forward, Maury Mock pointed at a girl in a sky-blue dress. My daughter, Hazel. Klein then looked at the girl, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He knew this girl. To be more precise, he had seen the image of this person before. When he asked a Rhodes where he could obtain a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others, the magic mirror showed a scene of an arrogant girl loitering in the sewers. And this was none other than Hazel Mock, a lady with wavy, black-green hair and dark brown eyes. She has a mystical item that corresponds to a fire thief? With her family background, why would she loiter in the sewers? Was that a fortuitous encounter of hers? Was she searching for or waiting for something in the sewers? Has she already become a beyonder? How did she become a beyonder? Is there a parasitic grandpa in her body? Could that grandpa be able to sense the gray fog's aura like Blasphemer Amon? Draped in Don Dantes' skin, Klein instantly thought of many questions, but he pressed his chest and bowed without batting an eyelid. "Good evening, Miss Hazel." During this process, he secretly swept his gaze at Hazel Mock's face and discovered that the girl had a calm expression. Her eyes were arrogant as she politely replied with a smile. "Good evening, Mr. Dantes." She doesn't have any abnormal reactions, which means that she's unable to sense the gray fog's aura. As for if she has a parasitic grandpa, I can't be sure for now. I'll have to continue observing. Klein propped his body up and took a glass of pale golden champagne from a waiter's tray. He then began conversing with Member of Parliament Maury Mock. "I never expected you to be a major, Member of Parliament." This was obvious from Mock's epaulet. If he was a colonel, Klein would suspect that this gentleman was also a beyonder, but it was hard to say if he was a major. "Haha, that's nothing. There are too many opportunities to make meritorious contributions in East Balham," Maury Mock replied humbly. "Of course, the climate there isn't something people can get used to. I've been suggesting to the upper echelons of the army to design a special military uniform for East and West Balham. We'll eliminate the traditional dark colors, otherwise the officers will feel like they're beef on a grill." As for the soldiers, they were mostly dressed in red and white. Yes, the climate there is completely different from back home. Even Desi Bay isn't that hot. Klein casually mentioned that he had been to the southern continent and that he had been to either East or West Balham, confirming the hunting experience he had mentioned a few days ago. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, Mock apologized and walked to the staircase with his wife, Rihanna. When they reached the second floor, he raised a glass of red wine and said, "Everyone, thank you for attending this ball. Thank you all for attending this ball. First of all, let us praise the gods, for they are the source of all beauty." He and Lady Rihanna immediately tapped their chests 4 times and began to praise the goddess in a low voice. The guests also used their own corresponding methods to praise the gods they believed in. Mock continued raising his cup without putting it down as he continued with a smile, "That's right. Secondly, praise the kingdom. It is the cornerstone of stability. Praise the kingdom." Klein raised his glass of champagne and said to the guests around him. Following that, Mock surveyed the area and asked in a humorous manner, "Finally, what shall we praise?" With a thought, Klein laughed heartily. "Praise the improvement of Baekeland's air." Mock was taken aback as he couldn't help but smile. "Very good, this is a good suggestion. Let us praise the improvement of Baekeland's air. This is a symbol of a better life for us. Cheers." Tackling air pollution had always been his political philosophy as a member of Parliament. He had always pushed for the enactment of the corresponding bills on various occasions, and he had played quite a role in improving the environment. Therefore, praising the improvement of Baekeland's air was equivalent to praising him. Furthermore, it was more implicit and open. The guests responded enthusiastically as they downed the alcoholic beverages in their hand. Right on the heels of that, Mock held Rihanna's hand and went down to the main hall on the first floor. They began the opening dance to a gentle melody. The men present began searching for the first dance partner they wanted to invite. As for Klein, he took another glass of champagne and leisurely sized up the guests. "And Mary is here as well." He swept his gaze and discovered a familiar face. The major shareholder of the coin company, a person worth tens of thousands of pounds. Mary, who had once hired Sherlock Moriarty to catch an adulterer. She's a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so it's normal for her to be close to a member of parliament who supports this matter. Klein didn't attempt to invite her for a dance because he was now Don Dantes. He didn't know any ladies outside the main street. He retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. He saw Hazel mocked holding a glass of white wine as she stood by the side. She wore a slightly distant smile as she watched the men lock onto their partners and prepare to invite them for a dance. This lady was actually quite good-looking. She was elegant and beautiful, and she should have been the star of the ball. Everyone would vie to invite her for a dance, but her haughty attitude that seemed to be condescending made the men who had cast their gazes at her change their targets. I've seen such looks from certain beyonders. They believe that they're no longer mortals. When facing ordinary people, they have a strong sense of superiority. Heh, this means that Miss Hazel is likely a beyonder. That's right. If she's not a beyonder, why would she dare to loiter in the sewers? She's from the Marauder pathway? However, how can she act as a marauder and a swindler with such an arrogant look? It's hard to imagine. Seeing that the couple's opening dance was coming to an end, Klein began to seriously consider which lady he should invite. Don Dantes is in his 40s. It's not appropriate to invite a girl for his first dance, unless it's a confirmed junior. As for the first dance of the ladies, it's likely for their husbands. I should invite someone I'm familiar with or the host of the ball. Klein swept his gaze across the dance floor and only found a lady Don Dantes was familiar with. She was his etiquette teacher, Wiana. Invite her? No, she should already know about the help I've provided in secret. If I were to invite her for the first dance at this point in time, it would easily cause her to misunderstand. It might even affect the relationship between her and her husband. It might also bring unnecessary trouble to Don Dantes' identity. I'm not the emperor who likes the wives of good people. No, he likes everything. In short, I should avoid arousing suspicion. As Klein moved his gaze, he heard the music change. It went from soft and gentle to light and lively. This was a popular piece of music from the countryside in the middle of Rouen. It was loved by nobles and was often used to accompany the first dance. As the melody changed, the men began walking towards the ladies or madams they had chosen. As for Klein, he noticed that no one approached Hazel Mock. She's one of the hosts of the ball. Furthermore, I can observe her up close. If she's really a beyonder from the Marauder pathway, that means that the Grey Fog has a certain degree of convergence towards seer pathways. With a warm smile, Klein unhurriedly walked towards the proud girl. Miss Hazel, may I invite you for a dance? Don Dantes, who had white sideburns, bowed in a standard manner. Hazel glanced at him and fell silent for a few seconds. It would be my honor. She extended her hand. Klein politely held her hand as they entered the dance floor. They began dancing a brisk and lively dance to the melody. Glancing at her beautiful but expressionless face, Klein smiled in a probing manner. I noticed that many young gentlemen wished to invite you for a dance, but they failed to muster the courage. Hazel looked up slightly and swept her gaze. Mr. Dantes, this isn't a polite topic. Klein choked, unsure of how to continue. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 776. I thought she would say contemptuously that she didn't like childish and incompetent people, implying that she looked down on ordinary people. Who knew that she couldn't even be bothered to answer this question? Such a strong sense of superiority can easily cause her to lose control when advancing. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. From what he knew, beyonders were only humans with additional powers. It was equivalent to being rich and having a lot of status. In essence, they still had human attributes and were unable to escape society. Only when one reached sequence 4 would there be a qualitative change. Besides, most demigods are active in human society. Even the sequence 1 snake of fate, Will Septon, is doing his job as an unborn fetus. Perhaps only when one reaches the stage of Blasphemer Amon and company can they truly look at the real world with the eyes of a god. Klein's thoughts raced as he took the initiative to say, "Sorry. I was once a merchant who frequently traveled between the northern and southern continents. I don't have much experience at balls. Heh, I'm referring to this kind of ball." "It's fine," Hazel replied calmly, as though she didn't care if he brought up the topic from before. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't know how to chat with this arrogant girl. All they could do was focus on dancing. However, Klein was now considered knowledgeable and experienced. He had a sufficient understanding of the mysterious world and different beyonders, so he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry." After the apology, he said with a smile, "To me, this isn't a simpler challenge than the sea. It similarly has beautiful scenery, but it also contains countless difficulties. Of course, there are also all sorts of stories about treasures at sea. Some of them are obviously fake, while others sound real, but there's no way to verify them. Just like the number one treasure, Death's Key." "Death's Key?" Hazel looked up at Mr. Don Dantes, who was much taller than her. Indeed, such beyonders with a strong sense of superiority are always interested in matters that involve mystery. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded gently. "Yes, it's rumored to be in a secret spot in the Berserk Sea." He recounted the legend of the treasure he had heard on the White Agate back then, and added more details he had heard in his subsequent adventuring career. During this process, he inevitably mentioned the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals. Hazel was clearly interested in this. She responded to Klein, which was rare for her. She even raised questions occasionally, which made the dance between them less awkward. Unknowingly, the dance came to an end. Klein skillfully ended the topic and asked, "What's the matter? Are you going back to where you were, or are you going to get some food over there?" After a dance, the man had to follow the woman's wishes and send her to the place she wanted to go, not necessarily to her original position. Hazel opened her mouth as though she wanted to ask something, but she ultimately didn't say those words. She nodded in a reserved manner. "The place just now. She's clearly a little reluctant to part with the story at sea. She's just an oversized brat. As long as I get the right temper and find the right hobbies, she's actually not that difficult to get along with." Klein held back his laughter and sent Hazel back to the edge of the dance floor, where she had been standing. As for himself, he naturally acted nonchalantly as he walked to the long tables that had all sorts of food placed on them. He picked up a plate and picked up a pan-fried dragonbone fish for himself, as well as a sliced steak with black pepper sauce. Compared to dancing and socializing, delicacies are the true essence of a gathering. As Klein thought, he tried his best to make his actions of eating appear elegant. At this moment, he saw Ma and Mary walk over and fork a piece of foie gras in red wine onto her plate. When Klein saw her glance at him, he politely smiled and nodded as a form of response. "How might I address you? I've never seen you at the banquets and balls hosted by Member of Parliament Ma." Perhaps it was because she saw Don Dantes's white sideburns and deep blue eyes that made him very charming. The average-looking Ma and Mary with high cheekbones took the initiative to ask. Klein smiled. "I'm a merchant who just came from Desi Bay, Don Dantes. I live on this street." May I know your name?" Mary nodded thoughtfully. She roughly understood that this was a businessman who was trying to get into the upper class, just like her in the past. She smiled and said, "Mary Schott, director of the Coin Company." She didn't mention that she was the largest shareholder of the Coin Company, nor did she mention that she was currently a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This was a Rouen-style subtlety. Was Mary Shaw returning to her father's name? "That's right, she's already divorced." Klein muttered silently as he smiled. "I know this company. Its main business is anthracite and high-quality charcoal. It has been expanding very rapidly in recent months. Frankly speaking, I have the intention to invest in it, but it seems that I can't compete with others." After the air pollution bill was passed, the demand for anthracite and high-quality charcoal increased greatly. The coin company had developed beyond its years of hard work, and its total value was said to have exceeded £250,000. Klein's intention to invest wasn't just spouting nonsense. He truly felt that this industry would become even more important in the years to come, until humans discovered alternative energy sources. Mary had always been very proud of the atmospheric pollution investigation report that allowed the coin company to develop rapidly. She couldn't hide her smile when she heard that. Upon hearing that, she couldn't hide her smile and said, "This is because people are paying more attention to the environment they live in." Having said that, she sighed slightly. While it's getting better, there's also more trouble. As they had just met, Klein didn't press her about the trouble. With his previous acquaintance, he easily found a topic that she was interested in, allowing them to have a rather pleasant conversation. Hehe, her attitude towards Sherlock Moriarty and Don Dantes is very different. People she's familiar with have changed their faces and identities, but when they stand in front of her, they receive a brand new treatment without any problems. This feeling is truly fascinating. As they chatted, Klein felt wistful. He felt that the faceless potion he had consumed was rapidly digesting. After a few minutes, a handsome man with bright blonde hair walked over with a glass of red wine. He smiled at Madame Mary and said, "Mary, what are you talking about?" "Hibbert, this is Mr. Don Dantes from Desi. His experiences at sea in West Balham were rather interesting." Mary immediately introduced them. "Dwayne, this is Mr. Hibbert Hall, the eldest son of the Earl of Eastchester. We should address him as Lord, but he wishes for us to address him as Mr. Chief Secretary, the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. I've heard you mention it before. Of course, it was when he was active as Sherlock Moriarty. The Earl of Eastchester. That's a powerful noble, a true member of the upper echelons of society." Klein bowed respectfully without appearing humble. "Please allow me to express my gratitude as an ordinary person. The National Atmospheric Pollution Council's work has allowed us to obtain a better living environment." Hibbert Hall was rather pleased by the sincere thanks. He replied with a smile, "Yes, sir. This is a result of all of our hard work." Mary smiled and said, "Dwayne, don't mention this again. Dwayne, don't mention this again. It will make Hibbert proud." "No, I was just joking. He's more humble than all the aristocratic scions I know. He's supposed to be on vacation in the Eastchester County, hunting with a group of friends, but after I sent a telegram to Member of Parliament mocked inviting us to this week's ball, he immediately returned. It's not just for the ball. There are many other matters that require my attention. My father, Earl Hall, will also frequently travel between Bakeland and our fief before June," Hibbert explained seriously. "A gentleman who places great importance on his social image." Klein made a preliminary judgment. When Mary heard that, she asked in passing, "Is there anything else? When will you be leaving Bakeland?" "Everything else has been settled. There's only one thing left. My sister, Audrey, is very interested in 10% of the Bakeland Bike Company's shares. She hired a professional team to help her negotiate. I'm in charge of coordinating this matter," Hibbert said without much thought. 10% of the Bakeland Bike Company's shares? What a coincidence. I have to say that the circle of high society isn't that big. Klein sighed inwardly as he deliberately mentioned, "I've also found a team to purchase the 10% shares. I offered it at £9,000, but unfortunately, there's no way for me to compete with others. All I can do is give up." Hibbert looked at him in surprise. "You have good taste." He didn't mention the exact price he offered, to prevent Hibbert from competing again. £9,000. Mary silently muttered to herself, feeling that she had underestimated Don Dantes' wealth. At this moment, the melody of the third dance sounded. Hibbert Hall turned to Mary and said, "May I have the honor of inviting you for a dance? I've been waiting for your invitation." Mary immediately extended her hand. This prevented Klein from directly exchanging name cards with them. However, he wasn't in a rush, as there was still some time before the ball. After getting another plate of food, he enjoyed it while watching the dance floor, enjoying the ladies dancing. During this process, he discovered that Member of Parliament Mocked and Rihanna were mingling with different guests, chatting happily with everyone. They even danced a few times. According to Walter, after confirming the guest list, the host has to seriously summarize every guest's preferences and experiences. Based on that, they can design different conversations or jokes, making everyone feel like they are being treated individually. Interpersonal relationships in high society sure are troublesome. This might be the reason why Rouen gentlemen generally have receding hairlines. As Klein sighed, he lampooned. He retracted his gaze and looked at the empty plate. He seriously considered whether he should invite a particular lady for a dance or eat a little more. At this moment, he caught sight of Hazel Mock's figure from the corner of his eye. The girl was hurrying to the 3rd floor. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 777. What happened? Klein instantly tensed up. He had experienced too many accidents, and he knew that it was easy for beyonder incidents to happen around him. Once he encountered such a situation, he couldn't help but subconsciously be on high alert. It felt like he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. As he seriously watched Hazel Mock's back disappear down the staircase, Klein sensed that she was only anxious and not flustered. This seems to imply that the situation is within her grasp. Besides, Mocked is a member of Parliament of the House of Commons, a member of the upper echelons of the kingdom second only to the nobles. There's a high chance that there are beyonders protecting him. Earl Hall's eldest son is here as well. His bodyguard is definitely a beyonder. In addition, St. Samuel Cathedral is only about 10 minutes away from Buckland Street by carriage. If there's really a problem, the Nighthawks, priests, and bishops can rush over at any time. Unless they're determined to die, no one would cause an accident at this ball. Klein gradually calmed down as he made another guess about Hazel's situation. She had rushed to the 3rd floor to resolve the negative effects of the mystical item. Back when Klein asked Rhodes where he could obtain a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others, one of the answers given by the magic mirror was Hazel Mocked. Thinking back to the scene of the dance, Hazel's image quickly reconstructed in Klein's mind. He focused on the different accessories she wore. Hair accessories, earrings, necklace, brooch, tool, gloves. Which one could it be? Klein retracted his gaze and felt thirsty. Hence, he picked up a cup of water and gulped it down. Just as he put down the cup, he saw his etiquette teacher, Wiana Heisen, come over with a tray. The lady wore a red dress, but it didn't look tacky at all. She smiled faintly at Dwayne Dantes. She smiled at Don Dantes and said, "I realize that you don't really like drinking. I once held up very important matters because of drinking." Klein casually added to the image of Don Dantes as an experienced and knowledgeable person. Of course, he knew how to restrain himself. He didn't use his faceless powers to make a finger appear, so as to prove how determined he was back then. When Wiana heard that, she smiled and thought, "Your past is filled with mysteries. This has a fatal attraction for many girls." She didn't continue the topic. "I forgot to tell you that my husband's problem has been solved." Klein picked up a glass of champagne, raised it forward, and said with a smile, "This is a delightful thing. Congratulations." He did not mention that he had helped them in secret. Wiana gave him a deep look, and raised the red wine in her hand. "Cheers." After a light clink and a sip, Klein politely apologized, put down the cup, and turned to the washroom. It wasn't that he wanted to head above the gray fog, but purely because of the negative effects of death knell. He had drunk too much water and planned on relieving himself. When he walked out of the washroom, Klein looked up at the staircase that led from the 2nd floor to the 3rd. He discovered that Hazel Mocked was walking down. Her footsteps were no longer hurried, and her expression was calm. Indeed, there's nothing wrong. It's likely the negative effects of the mystical item on her. I wonder what the effects are. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he casually scanned the dance floor. During a break in the music, he walked over to a lady and invited her to dance. And with Don Dantes' appearance and bearing, there was no doubt that he wasn't rejected. As they danced, ate, chatted, and ate, the ball slowly came to an end as the guests bade farewell one after another. It was the same for Klein, who had completed his mission of exchanging name cards. However, he wasn't the first, nor was he the last to leave. The hall quickly became deserted. As Ma Amriana supervised the servants to clean up, she beckoned for her daughter, Hazel Mocked, to come over. Mr. Don Dantes' performance was much better than I imagined. Quite a number of ladies have asked me about him in private, Ma Amriana said in a reserved manner. Hazel, you just danced and chatted with Mr. Dantes. What do you think of him? You are more mature than girls your age. I believe in your taste and judgment. She knew her daughter very well, so she deliberately added the second half of her sentence. Otherwise, Hazel might not be interested in answering her in detail. In front of her mother, Hazel wasn't that arrogant. After some thought, she said, "He's not too familiar with this circle, so it's easy for him to bring up topics that offend people. However, he's very knowledgeable." Very knowledgeable. Ma Amriana repeated her daughter's words in astonishment. With her understanding of Hazel, this was a rather high evaluation. She couldn't help but feel worried, afraid that her daughter would fall for Don Dantes. Hazel doesn't think highly of the gentlemen of marriageable age around her. Is it because they are too young, too shallow, and not capable enough? Don Dantes happens to be the type that precocious girls like. Rihanna suddenly regretted inviting the gentleman to the ball. She knew that with Hazel's personality, if she were to be rejected after falling in love, it was entirely possible for her to elope. Hazel seemed to sense her mother's thoughts as she said without much emotion, "I only like gentlemen who are sufficiently powerful." Phew! Rihanna secretly heaved a sigh of relief and stopped worrying about the problem. Phew! Rihanna secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was no longer worried about the question from before because Hazel was a girl who disdained lying. Late at night, Hazel got up from her bed. With her night vision, she changed into clothes that made it easier for her to move around. She climbed down from her bedroom's balcony and carefully avoided the bodyguards at home. She snuck out of the garden and came to the middle of Buckland Street. Not all sewer entrances allowed humans to pass through freely and didn't have vertical metal stairs. Hazel skillfully moved the manhole cover away, climbed down, and closed it from the inside. After nearly 3/4 of an hour, she moved the manhole cover and returned to the shadows of the street. At this moment, Hazel saw a black figure nimbly flip into the nearby garden. Number 160. She read out the corresponding house number. This was Don Dantes' home. On the 3rd floor of the building, Klein once again woke up from his dream due to his spiritual intuition. He yearned to capture the intruder who had interrupted his sleep and feed it to creeping hunger. This time, he directly opened the iron cigar case and released the wraith marionette. Señor's figure in his dark red coat first walked into the full-body mirror before jumping onto the oriel window of his valet's room. He watched Richardson and saw the valet sit up, looking at the door with fear and nervousness. The door opened silently and a figure flashed in. Under the crimson moonlight, the intruder revealed his brownish-yellow skin, soft contours, and raven-black short curly hair. He was clearly of the southern continent's Balam race. He stood at the door with a gloomy aura and looked at Richardson, who was looking at him. He said in a deep voice, "Have you thought it through? Don't think that you can obtain the peaceful life you want by leaving us. You have the blood of a citizen of death flowing in your body. You are destined to give up everything to restore God's glory. Think about your dead mother. Think about the bullying you once suffered. Do you wish for your child to grow up under the discriminating gazes of others, forever being someone's servant? But what can I do? Richardson lowered his head and said with great difficulty. Wait for the mission. The intruder's voice softened a little. Richardson didn't answer if it was okay or not. He seemed to be struggling inwardly. As for the intruder, he didn't mind his hesitation. He treated it as though he had agreed and turned around, exited the room, and left the way he came. Citizen of Death, Charismatic Order, or someone from the Balam Nation Restoration Organization. Klein, who had witnessed everything, leaned against the bed as he muttered silently to himself, What mission will they give Richardson? Steal my money and provide funds to the organization? Or cause a terrorist incident at a banquet of high society? At that moment, the intruder had already climbed down from the balcony, passed through the garden, and flipped over the iron fence wall before returning to the street. Suddenly, he saw a figure pounce at him from his left. He hurriedly dodged, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. Bang! His fist struck the shadow, but it passed right through it as though he had hit a shadow created by the street lamp. At the same time, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head as he fainted to the ground. Hazel's figure immediately appeared behind the intruder. She wore an excited expression, as though she had completed a successful scam. She quickly reined in her emotions and maintained her arrogant posture. She turned her head to look at the black iron fence of 160 Buckland Street. The girl bent down and grabbed the intruder's arm, dragging him to Don Dantes' door. Right on the heels of that, Hazel released her left hand and wiped away any traces. She raised her chin slightly and took 2 steps forward, pulling the doorbell. Then, she quickly left with her back straight, following the shadows of the street back home. And on a street lamp outside 160, a figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat was silently reflected on the glass surface of the black metal fence. He had watched the entire process. How should I deal with this? Inside the room, Klein thought in a dilemma. He knew that Hazel had kindly helped her neighbor deal with the intruder without leaving her name, but this way, the matter would definitely be passed on to the Nighthawks after the butler called the police. When that happened, the identity of the person who knocked out the intruder would be an important question. If Klein was really an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. The Nighthawks could investigate him however they wanted, but not only was he a Sequence 5 Beyonder, but he was also plotting to steal the items behind Cheney's gate. He didn't wish for his plans to be disrupted by an accident that would force him to change his identity again. To be frank, his earliest thought was to find an excuse to fire Richardson. However, the conversation he had just heard made him waver. If I were to fire Richardson now, it would be equivalent to me personally pushing him into the abyss as he yearns for a peaceful life. He would only be able to mingle with those people. Unfortunately, the identity of Don Dantes has a mission. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem to help him in passing. Klein sighed as he thought. About 10 seconds later, the unconscious intruder at the door suddenly stood up. He stretched his neck and hid in the nearby shadows. And at this moment, butler Walter, who had just heard the doorbell, put on his clothes and walked out of the building. Chapter 778. When he came to the door, Walter used the light from the street lamps to peer through the gaps in the metal fence and discovered that there was no one outside. The street was silent. For an instant, Walter suspected if he had heard wrongly. There hadn't been any doorbell. He composed himself and quickly walked to the servants' quarters at the back of the building. He woke a few of them up and got them to take double-barreled hunting guns and patrol the surroundings of the main building to prevent any thieves or robbers from infiltrating. Walter didn't call the police immediately because nothing had happened yet. The doorbell just now might have been a prank by a homeless man. Meanwhile, in the nearest sewer, the infiltrator from before held onto a metal handle and went down one level at a time, arriving in a dark area. He quickly stopped and leaned his back against the moss-covered wall. He slowly slid down and sat on the dirty ground. His eyes closed again as though he was still unconscious, and in front of him, a middle-aged man wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat instantly appeared. It was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Senor. Senor bent down and rummaged through the infiltrator's inner pocket for 7 soldi and 11 pence, as well as a small cloth bag filled with different powders. Inside the room, Klein remotely controlled his marionette dozens of meters away. He identified the powders and discovered that, as he had expected, they were the powders of various herbs in the death domain, and a portion of them could be used for mediumship. There was a high chance that a beyonder from Balam belonged to the corpse collector pathway. Even if he wasn't a sequence 7 spirit medium, it was normal for him to prepare the corresponding herbal powders and essential oils. After all, those ingredients didn't only have one use for mediumship. Right on the heels of that, Klein controlled Senor to quickly set up a ritual and pray to the fool. Then, he went above the gray fog to respond, allowing Senor to complete the rest. After doing all of this, he returned to the real world and continued controlling Wraith Senor to truly begin mediumship. Through the glimmering storm, Klein saw the infiltrator's spirit. He was in a daze, blurry and transparent. "What's your name? Which faction do you belong to?" Senor asked in a deep voice. The infiltrator replied blankly, "Gadotpose. Gadotpose, I belong to the Black Skull Gang. The Black Skeleton Gang seems to be a gang in the periphery of Eastborough and the Bakeland Bridge area near the dock. It's mainly made up of people with Balam blood. Although they're not as barbaric and rash as the Zmanger Gang, they're also ruthless and aren't afraid to kill." As Klein recalled the information he had gathered in the past, he made Senor continue asking, "What do you do?" "Why, Richardson," Gadotpose said in a daze, "we are fighting for God. We were originally members of the East Balam Nation Restoration. We established the Black Skeleton Gang to obtain intelligence and obtain fun. Apart from that, we had another mission, to gather all sorts of items related to death and send them back to the southern continent. This time, we got a solid clue. Count Wolf's collection contained a mask from the Eggers family's mausoleum. This family is the descendant of God. In order to obtain this mask, we need to send someone to work at Count Wolf's house or infiltrate a ball hosted by Count Wolf. And Richardson is a very good candidate. He doesn't have any criminal records of being involved in any organization, and he has rich experience as a servant. The servants of aristocratic families are often inherited. How can it be that easy to infiltrate? Unless there's a temporary need for a large number of helpers and a short-term hire, speaking of which, there's really such a thing. At tonight's ball, a lady mentioned that a small number of aristocrats with poor financial situations had sold their lands and manors and dismissed nearly all their servants, leaving less than 10 to serve them. They were barely able to maintain a decent life, and when there were large banquets or balls, they would spend money to hire a batch of temporary workers from organizations like the Family Servant Assistance Association to keep up appearances. Also, Count Wolf actually has a mask from a family of Death's descendants. I remember that Mr. Aztec's surname is Eggers. Unfortunately, I don't wish to be disturbed by any accidents at the moment. Otherwise, I might think of a way to help Mr. Aztec obtain this mask." Klein silently mumbled as he made Senor continue asking, "How do you know Richardson?" Gadotpose said stiffly, "We got to know each other at a manor in East Balam. We met at the manor in East Balam. Back then, we were both slaves. And among the slaves, there were people who were secretly spreading the faith of death. Richardson, his mother, and I couldn't help but become believers of death in that kind of life. We secretly joined an organization that was very influential among the slaves. Later, Richardson's mother died of an illness, and he was brought to Bakeland. As for me, I stayed in East Balam and found an opportunity to escape the manor. A few years later, I was sent to Bakeland. By chance, I met Richardson again. He had actually forgotten his mother's death, forgotten the abuse he had suffered, and forgotten his faith in God. His will had been corrupted by a so-called peaceful life. In order to avoid me, he deliberately made mistakes and changed employers 3 times. However, how could he have imagined that his former companions were no longer ordinary people? Everyone has the right to choose as long as they don't harm others. However, Richardson and I are 2 different kinds of people. In the room, Klein closed his eyes and made Senor ask in a deep voice, "What's the name of the organization that's very influential among the slaves?" Godot hesitated for a moment before saying, "What's the name of the organization that's very influential among the slaves?" Godot hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Eternal Life Order. Eternal Life Society. Those who worship the god of death will obtain eternal life in the underworld after leaving the painful real world." Eternal Life Order. I know that. It's a branch of the charismatic order. As a Nighthawk, Klein knew quite a bit about it. He continued controlling Senor to interrogate him, obtaining large amounts of information regarding the Eternal Life Order, the East Balam Reestablishment Nation, and the Black Skeleton Gang. He confirmed that Godot and company's hands were stained with the blood of innocents. After ending the mediumship and cleaning up the traces, Klein waited for 30 minutes before letting the wraith enter Godot's body once again. He controlled him to crawl out of the sewers and return to the shadows by the street. And at this moment, in 160 Buckland Street, the servants with double-barreled shotguns were no longer focused on their patrols, as though they believed that the hidden danger had passed. Klein pretended not to notice anything and continued sleeping in the master bedroom. However, he had already set up a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. With Aztec's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and creeping hunger, he silently left the house in the form of a wraith and shadow. He followed behind Godot, maintaining a distance of 80 meters. He used this to control the marionette-possessed hostage, to circle to another street and board a rental carriage at the intersection. More than an hour later, Godot returned to the headquarters of the Black Skull Gang. It was a small house near the dock. There were large amounts of firearms hidden inside, and there were a few members sent by the East Balam Nation Reestablishment. They formed the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang. Godot knocked on the door according to the agreed method and said to a member who came to welcome him, "Yes, sir. Richardson has already given in." "Very good." The member swept a glance at Godot inattentively before making way for him to pass. Godot surveyed the area and saw the high-performance explosives and a batch of rifles piled up in the corner of the house. And a few members of the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang were gathered together, discussing something. "Godot want one?" The member from before handed him a cigarette. This was a Southern Continent-style cigarette. It was made from dried tobacco leaves wrapped in a small amount of herbs. Godot took it and casually picked up the matchsticks on the table. He took out a few and lit them. Then, he threw the few burning matchsticks to a corner, throwing them at an easily ignitable explosive beside the high-performance explosive. Everyone present looked at Godot in a daze, momentarily unable to react to what had happened. Rumble. On a bench dozens of meters away, Klein sat there, his back facing the house that was engulfed in flames and tumbling heat waves. A few seconds later, Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat, appeared beside him. There were some traces of being burned by the fire. This wraith pressed his hand to his chest and bowed before returning to the surface of the gold coin in the iron cigar case. "What a pity I can't pick up the Beyonder characteristic. Otherwise, it wouldn't look like an accident. The fact that the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang don't have any Beyonders will definitely arouse suspicion." Klein sighed inwardly. He cleaned up the traces, ended the summoning, and returned above the gray fog. The next morning, as though nothing had happened, he got up and washed up. He waited for his valet to come in and put on his outer clothes. Richardson entered in silence and completed his work with great familiarity. Then, He took a step back and lowered his head. Sir, after serving this week, I wish to resign. His normal salary was from housekeeper Tanaja on a weekly basis. Why? Klein looked at himself in the mirror and asked as he adjusted his vest. At the same time, he leisurely thought to himself, not bad. You know how to resign on your own accord and not bring trouble to your employer. Richardson had already thought of an excuse. I don't think I'm capable enough to be a valet. Last night at the ball, I interacted with the servants of the other guests and realized that I'm still far from it. Klein smiled and said, Everyone has no experience. Everyone has no experience. Very few people grow up with experience. Think about it again and give me your final answer tomorrow. All right, sir. Richardson didn't say anything else as he left the room and went to the first floor to help his employer get the morning's newspapers. During this process, he would first flip through the papers and place the most interesting ones at the top. As he flipped through them, his gaze suddenly froze as he focused on a piece of news. A violent explosion occurred at 79 Dyrham Street in the Bakeland Bridge area. It's suspected to be related to the Black Skeleton Gang. According to the police, all the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang died in this accidental explosion, including Lima, Morera, Gadotpos. Richardson shook his head, suspecting that he was dreaming. Chapter 779. 160 Buckland Street, second-floor restaurant. Klein had just taken a bite of the buttered toast when he saw the butler walk in. Walter bowed and said, Sir, someone of unknown origin rang our doorbell last night, and it's very strange. Because it was already very late, I didn't wake you up. I just had the servants take the double-barreled shotguns and take turns to keep watch for the night. With your permission, I will visit the nearby police station today and ask them to strengthen the night patrols in this area. To hire such a butler, other than being expensive, there are no other shortcomings. Klein nodded slightly and drank a mouthful of fresh milk that had just been delivered. Very good. 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel entered the activity room on the second floor and saw her mother, Rihanna, chatting with the housekeeper. Did something happen? She tucked a lock of dark green hair behind her ear. Rihanna chuckled. Someone rang Dantes' doorbell in the middle of the night. A prank. Hazel found a seat and sat down. No one knows. In short, Dantes' butler went to the police station this morning. Rihanna recounted the information she had learned from the servant. Hazel nodded slightly and said, That's right. Getting the police involved is the best way. But it's useless because we have no idea who rang the doorbell. It's said that not a single person was there. Rihanna shook her head and smiled. Hazel was stunned for a moment before she blurted out a question. Not a single person at the scene? Yes, Dantes' butler seems to only want the police station to strengthen the night patrols on this street. That's a good thing. As the wife of a member of the House of Commons and the daughter of a great lawyer, Rihanna had a good relationship with the police. None of them are useful. Hazel repeated softly and sank into silence. After a time she left the sitting room and returned to the third floor. Along the way, she couldn't help but clench her fist and wave it forward a few times, as if she was testing something. There was obvious doubt in her eyes. In the master bedroom, Klein looked at the large pile of gold coins in front of him, his eyes shining. There was a total of £4,000 worth of gold coins. After a week of gathering funds, Katlia finally completed the transaction with the scales of luck. Apart from the gold coins, she also paid £6,500 in cash. To be frank, such a large pile of gold coins is indeed more visually impactful than banknotes of the same size. As Klein sighed, he took out the 13 Rouen gold coins he had obtained from Admiral of Blood Seigneur and threw them into the pile. After doing all this, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Rionette Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, appeared in front of him. Ma, this is the first payment. It's worth a total of £4,013. Klein retracted his gaze from the pile of gold coins and looked at Miss Messenger. He had to say that he was a little curious as to how Miss Messenger would move away such a large pile of gold coins. He remembered that she used her teeth to bite the letter when she received it. Very good. There's still 5,987. Rionette Tinker's heads said one by one. There's no need to remind me. Klein forced a smile. I'll gather the funds as soon as possible. Rionette Tinker didn't say another word as one of the heads tried its best to open its mouth. Suddenly, the area in front of her turned dark and deep. All the gold coins were like flowing water, attracted by a vortex as they surged over. In just a few seconds, the large pile of gold coins vanished. Rionette Tinker's four heads nodded at the same time before returning to the spirit world. I still have 8,156 pounds in cash and 5 Rouen gold coins. I can barely be considered a tycoon. If there's any investment opportunity, I can actually provide the money, and not raise the price or talk about it. This way, I won't be suspected of being a cheat in the short term. Let's be optimistic. Perhaps the investment opportunities in the future will allow me to earn back the money I spent earlier. Money begets money quickly. Klein silently exhaled and cast his gaze out the window, forcing himself to admire the misty street scene. When night fell, Eastborough was pitch black due to the lack of gas lamps, and most of them had been destroyed. It was as though countless monsters and sins were hidden within. Zio Dericha wore a hooded cloak as she turned into an alley and arrived outside a dilapidated house. This was the new Eastborough gathering that she had previously mentioned to Furs. Zio wasn't in a hurry to knock on the door according to the prearranged secret signal. Instead, she lowered her head to examine her attire. What was different from usual was that she was wearing a pair of boots today. The boots didn't look strange, but Zio knew very well that the soles were very thick and there were many things padded inside. It could make a person out of thin air quite a bit. And this could effectively conceal Zio's greatest characteristic. Touching the hidden triangular spike, Zio pulled up her hood and knocked on the door rhythmically. Soon, she was led into the activity room inside the house and randomly found a seat to sit down. When most of the participants had arrived, the gathering's host finally walked in. He was of medium height, about 1.75 meters tall. He wore a black classic robe and a pointed country mage hat. He wore a mask that looked like it was cast from brass, giving him an ancient and mysterious vibe. His skin is rather dark, but it's not brown. He looks like someone from the Fainapotter Desi Bay area, but I can't be sure. Perhaps he's tanned. His hair is black and slightly curly. This matches the first judgment. Zio sized him up as a sheriff. The man in the brass mask surveyed the area and chuckled in a deep voice. You can call me Mr. X. Mr. X. The corners of Zio's mouth couldn't help but twitch. After becoming a peripheral member of MI9, she had learned of quite a number of secret organizations, including the Aurora Order. Therefore, she knew very well that the oracles of the Aurora Order used letters as codenames and liked to call themselves Mr. or Ms., and from her point of view, calling themselves that in front of outsiders felt like they were exposing their identity and origins. After all, the participants of the gathering couldn't all be beyonders with limited knowledge. Isn't he afraid of being reported? It's no wonder that gentleman from MI9 said that the Aurora Order is filled with lunatics. It's impossible to understand their actions with normal logic. Ever since Mr. A vanished, there have been several gatherings in Bakeland that were held under his name or by his companions to seek benefits. The person in charge was quickly reported and arrested. Yes, this Mr. X might not necessarily be from the Aurora Order. Perhaps he's the same as the ones from before. Zio retracted her sizing up gaze and quietly watched the gathering. She rarely reported such matters because she had the experience of an unaffiliated beyonder struggling to survive. She understood that it wasn't easy for everyone, so as long as nothing unexpected happened, she wouldn't provide the corresponding information to MI9. If it's confirmed that it's an oracle from the Aurora Order, I'll have to report them. They're all lunatics and will bring great harm. As Zio thought, she watched the others exchange information or complete transactions. She didn't participate too deeply. Firstly, it was because there weren't any items or information that interested her. Secondly, it was to save up for the interrogator potion. After the gathering ended, Zio returned to her residence in Sherwood Borough. She saw Furs wearing a facial mask that was said to be moisturizing. She was lying there leisurely reading. How was it? How was the gathering? Furs feigned nonchalance as she asked. Zio threw her cloak to the side and said, "There were quite a number of people at the gathering. There were also many items that appeared, but they were mostly low-sequence beyonders. It's the first gathering, so it's impossible for anyone to directly take out anything good," Furs said as she put down the thing in her hand. "Yeah." Zio nodded. "The organizer of the gathering calls himself Mr. X, but no one knows if he's related to Mr. A. Mr. X. A suspected oracle from the Aurora Order. Could it be Louis Veen?" Furs's mind jolted as she languidly leaned back. "What does he look like?" "He's wearing a mask." Zio rolled her eyes at Furs. "Do you think my vision can penetrate the barrier?" No. I mean, his overall appearance." Furs had seen Louis Veen's full-body portrait from her teacher, Dorian Gray. She knew what he looked like. As a sheriff, Zio effortlessly restored Mr. X's image and said in puzzlement, "It's Mr. X." She asked in puzzlement, "Regardless of whether he's related to Mr. A or not, such a name might very well be reported. Isn't he worried?" After listening to Zio's description and seeing the portrait she had conjured with her sheriff powers, Furs was secretly delighted. She felt that Mr. X was very likely the traitor of the House of Abraham, Louis Veen. He's not worried about being reported because he's a traveler. He can easily escape if anything happens. If the official organizations were to act according to their experience with Mr. A, there's really no way to make him stay. Furs silently muttered and didn't continue on the topic. Instead, she asked about something else. After Zio went to take a shower, she hurriedly used her astrologer powers to ask her spirituality. She overlapped Louis Veen's image with Mr. X's and obtained the answer that they were the same person. "It's really him." Furs stood up and paced back and forth in the living room in excitement and joy. Her first thought was to report it to the various churches and attach a notification that the target had the powers of a traveler. Then, she recalled her previous attempt to hire Mr. World to assassinate Louis Veen. "Regardless, I'll first ask Mr. World if he's free and if he wants to take on this mission. I can't offend him." Thinking of Mr. World's actions, Furs shivered for some baffling reason. After making up her mind, she first confirmed that Zio was still taking a bath and wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. Then, she began praying to Mr. Fool. "Please inform Mr. World that the Aurora Order's oracle, Louis Veen, has appeared. He's most likely a traveler, codenamed Mr. X. P.S. There will still be regular updates on Monday. Requesting monthly recommendation tickets in advance." Chapter 780. When he heard the stacked illusory pleas, Klein was sitting in a four-wheeled carriage, returning to Buckland Street from St. Samuel Cathedral. A woman. "It's not too urgent." With regards to this, he could only make a rough judgment. He wasn't able to immediately head above the gray fog to respond. Sweeping his gaze at the street lamps that dispelled the darkness, Klein retracted his gaze, picked up a white porcelain teacup with gold, and gently took a sip. When Richardson saw this, he mustered his courage and said, "Sir, I've already thought it through." "Sir, I've thought it through. You're right. Everyone has no experience. Very few people grow up with experience. Thank you for giving me such a chance to grow up." After confirming that Gadotpos and his gang were dead, he finally stopped worrying and began considering his career. Changing employers in such a short period of time was a huge stain on a servant's record. Once he resigned from Don Dante's, Richardson believed that it would be difficult for him to continue being a valet. To him, this would be extremely detrimental. This was not only because a valet's annual salary was at least £25, which was far better than other non-managerial positions, and was comparable to a lady's personal maid. It was also because a valet and a personal maid had the highest chance of becoming a butler among the servants. They followed their male or female owners and helped them handle trivial matters. They could be their mouthpieces and assistants, effectively nurturing their own abilities and grasping the various skills of a butler. Through this, they could become their employer's trusted aide. As long as there was a chance, they could easily become a manor steward, butler's assistant, or assistant butler, slowly being promoted to butler. It was true that Richardson yearned for a peaceful life, but this didn't mean that he was willing to be a servant forever. Without a doubt, he wanted to rely on his own hard work to earn a higher salary and obtain a higher status. And being a butler of a wealthy family was his ultimate goal. "It's not too late to realize it now," Klein replied with a smile, allowing Richardson to stay. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, he instructed housekeeper Taneja to get the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for him at 11:30. He went up to the third floor, took off his coat, and entered the bathroom. At this moment, the bathtub had already been filled with suitable hot water by a maid 5 minutes in advance. Klein wasn't in a hurry to take a bath. He went above the gray fog and found out who had been praying. Mr. X. Traveler. Miss Magicians sure is efficient. Without realizing it, she has grown up, Klein muttered to himself. After some serious consideration, he conjured the world-Gehrman sparrow and made the fake person pray in the emanating gray fog. "I'm not sure. Give me the time, location, and more information. Only then can I act." Klein's thoughts were very simple. It was that the powers of a traveler were rather useful, but it was difficult for Don Dantes to leave Buckland Street or stay in his room for long periods of time. If Miss Magicians could provide detailed and reliable information, an assassination wouldn't affect anything. However, if he were to get the world to gather information bit by bit from the periphery, it would definitely be impossible. It would affect his more important matters. "Soon," Magicians Furs replied. "I'll collect them as soon as possible." As Mr. X's gathering hadn't been confirmed when and where it would be held, all she could do was wait patiently. After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world, stripped himself naked, and lay in the bathtub. The warm water enveloped him as he squinted his eyes in comfort. He felt the exhaustion in his body and mind being washed away bit by bit. He had been to St. Samuel Cathedral several times recently to listen to Bishop Electra's explanation of the revelation of Evernight. He had also grasped the images and characteristics of the two keepers. However, as there hadn't been any repetition, he was still unable to determine the pattern of the keepers taking turns. And such actions would similarly bring trouble. Klein opened his eyes and looked at the fog above him. He sighed inwardly. The first inspection should be coming soon. A person who often entered and exited St. Samuel Cathedral's inner sanctum was likely to be investigated by the Nighthawks. And with his origins still unclear, such matters were almost certain. "If I don't do an inspection, it would be a serious dereliction of duty for the Nighthawks." Klein slowly exhaled. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard slowly walked out of a room that was so quiet that it was almost silent. His green eyes seemed to be dyed with strange black water as countless illusory bubbles and ripples appeared and disappeared. "Not bad. You've become a soul assurer so quickly. You're almost catching up to me." Daily Simone, who was standing in the corridor, congratulated him in a self-deprecating manner. She was still wearing a hooded black robe. She wore blue eyeshadow and blush, giving her a bewitching beauty. When Leonard saw this familiar lady, he felt that her bearing had turned colder. It was as though there were countless shadows hidden around her, layer after layer, deep and cold. "Clearly, I'm still a long way from you. In your state, you should be able to advance to gatekeeper, right? Leonard wasn't too casual in front of Daly. He spoke in a rather serious manner because if he were to joke, he would definitely be the one blushing in embarrassment, not the lady. Gatekeeper was a sequence 5 of the death pathway. 2 months ago, Daly didn't hide anything and said with a slightly twisted expression. Leonard roughly understood the reason and nodded slightly. You haven't accumulated enough merit points? Daly pursed her lips and said, yes. It's like going to bed and everything is ready, only to find that there are no condoms in the house, and it's night outside. Most of the shops in the neighborhood are closed. What a wonderful metaphor. Leonard didn't know how to respond. You can take the initiative to take over some things. Without giving Daly a chance to speak, he pointed at the other end of the corridor. Captain Sostel is still waiting for my promotion report. Daly didn't say anything and just watched him leave. When his figure disappeared around the corner, the lady's expression became absent-minded. She whispered to herself, Captain Sostel. In the room where Leonard's Red Gloves team was temporarily stationed, Sostel, who had just become a spirit warlock, saw his undisciplined subordinate enter. He casually threw a document over. Very good, you've already been promoted. I'll congratulate you later. First, do a dream review on the target. It was already late at night, but to the Nighthawks, who were mainly sleepless, it wasn't much different from daytime. In fact, they were even stronger. Isn't this a mission for the local Nighthawks? Leonard caught the document and asked casually. They've been quite busy recently and are short on manpower. They're asking for our help, Sostel explained without much thought. Leonard didn't ask further. He immediately lowered his head and flipped through the document. The first thing he saw was a photo, and the middle-aged gentleman in it left a deep impression on him. Don Dantes. Leonard's pupils constricted. He knew this gentleman and knew that he was an undying monster that had survived since the 4th epoch. He was at least at the level of a saint, or even stronger. Furthermore, he knows my secret and old man's identity. Leonard instinctively raised his hand to rub his son acupoint. Captain Sostel, I've just advanced. My spirituality is still a little out of control. Is that so? Only then did Sostel realize that he had made a mistake. He hurriedly turned to another Red Glove and said, Albert, you do it. The one named Albert was a man in his 30s. His hair was yellowish and his skin was slightly pale. He didn't look very strong. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and handed the document in his hand to him. At that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Would Albert be negatively affected by entering the undying monster's dream? At that moment, he felt a little regretful. He believed that he should have done it himself. At the very least, he knew the danger and had interacted with him before, so he wouldn't have offended him. Don Dantes likely won't do anything to Albert. If he were to overreact and cause any abnormalities in Albert, his problem would immediately be exposed in front of us. And with the church's strength and Bakelin's situation, there's no way he can leave this huge city alive. Leonard quickly calmed down, believing that Don Dantes would use a gentler method to avoid the dream inspection. He pulled a chair and sat beside Albert. Although he appeared to be casually reading the newspaper, he was actually paying attention to him to prevent any accidents from happening. 160 Buckland Street, master bedroom. In the dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake, knowing that an outsider had arrived. The inspection of the Nighthawks? As he mumbled, he looked around and realized that he was in the half-open room. Following that, he heard knocking on the door. Come in. Klein tried his best to make his voice sound like he was in a dream. The doorknob turned as the door opened. A rather thin, yellow-haired man in a black trench coat walked in. He was none other than the Red Glove, Albert, superintendent of the Bakeland Police Department. Albert casually showed his identification and sat opposite Klein. Is there something, officer? Klein got into character. He knew that due to the influence of a nightmare, he needed to act more normally. Albert conjured a stack of paper and read in a deep voice, Don Dantes. Dwayne Dantes, male, from Desi County. He roughly repeated the information he had gathered so far and asked in the end, "What's going on?" Finally, he asked, "Is this information real?" "Some of it is real and some of it is fake," the dream Klein replied, honestly. "The only real parts were probably male and no female companion." At the same time, he mocked himself in his heart. Seeing that he was quickly making progress, Albert was delighted as he pulled a long face. "Which of it is fake?" Klein was already prepared for this as he pretended to recall. "My wealth doesn't come from the mineral deposits, but from my adventures in the southern continent." Combining Anderson's description of West Balham, he fabricated a story of how a commoner obtained wealth through his eloquence, intelligence, experience, and boldness in a region where Rouen and Intis often clashed. This story wasn't considered detailed and was only an outline. Its main goal was to make the Nighthawks believe that Don Dantes was an ordinary person with an adventurous spirit, and not a beyonder. There were many similar stories of people becoming rich in Rouen, so it wasn't rare. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 781. After Klein finished, Albert asked a few questions based on his description to see if any of the details matched. Dream follower. Calm without a doubt, he received a satisfactory answer. "Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a sweet dream." Albert smiled as he stood up and bowed. At the same time, he used the powers of a nightmare to affect Dwayne Dantes once again, making him only vaguely remember what kind of dream he had after he woke up. He was unable to recall the exact details. After doing all of this, he turned to the door, turned the doorknob, and left the dream. Indeed, the Nighthawks are still too trusting of the powers of a nightmare. If I were the one in charge of this matter, I would have definitely designed a series of questions from different angles and aspects in advance. I would have compared them to find any inconsistencies or loopholes. The best method is to join forces with Miss Justice and come up with several professional psychological assessment questionnaires for the target to complete all of them in the dream. If he were to disguise himself, his mental state and the image he wants to present will definitely have contradictions in the different assessments. Unless, he's also a psychological expert and can notice the actual goal of each set of questions. Klein leaned back on the sofa and cast his gaze out the window. In the gray and hazy world, the light from the gas lamps was dim and pale, illuminating the surroundings in a gloomy silence. Klein quietly watched for a few seconds before curling the corners of his lips into a self-deprecating smile. And in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, after seeing Albert wake up normally and hearing his report, Leonard first heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became even more afraid of the undying monster from the fourth epoch. In the City of Silver, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating all the street. Derek Berg walked out of his house, held the axe of Hurricane, and headed for the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Along the way, he encountered many residents of the City of Silver. Some of them were busy, while others were sending their children to receive general education. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, patrolling every corner to prevent people from accidentally dying at home and turning into terrifying evil spirits if they weren't killed by their loved ones. The existence of these people made the City of Silver appear very lively. Occasionally, Derek could hear the children's cheers and laughter. He could not help but recall his life in the afternoon town camp. There were only a dozen or so humans he met every day, and most of the time, he had to stay in the sturdy but cramped buildings. Outside the camp were the monsters that hid in the dark. They were wiped out time and time again, only to appear out of nowhere again. Every member of the exploration party felt a sense of helplessness that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they could never be truly safe no matter what they did. They could never be at ease, and they had to give it their all at all times without the slightest slack. No normal creature could maintain such a high state of vigilance for long. Therefore, the City of Silver had a mature rotation system. It didn't take too long for the first expedition team to return to the City of Silver from Afternoon Town, but what followed was an unavoidable period of isolated observation and rest. It was only today that Derek adjusted himself and believed that his mental state could withstand the negative impact of his advancement. And he had previously reported to Chief Colin Iliad that he had obtained the notary potion formula. He was allowed to use this harvest to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredient, the tail feathers of a spirit-packed bird. As for the items he owed the moon, he had obtained them through patrolling Afternoon Town's surroundings and had passed them to him through Mr. Fool. After advancing, I'll have the right to choose a mystical item that isn't a high-sequence Beyonder. Derek thought with some anticipation as he sped up his pace and arrived at the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Although the material warehouse and mystical items were inside the spire and were watched by the six-member council, Derek's destination was the steeple because there were merit exchange points there. Just as he was about to enter the steeple, his spiritual perception was triggered as he subconsciously looked up at the top of the spire. He saw a woman in a purple-patterned black robe standing behind the window, looking down at him. She had silver-gray curly hair, light gray eyes, and a beautiful face. She was none other than a member of the six-member council, Shepherd Lovia. When their eyes met, Lovia's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate his soul. However, her expression didn't change at all. She even nodded slightly as though she was greeting him. "She's not greeting me, but the person behind me." Suddenly, Derek came to a realization. This stemmed from the experience he had accumulated under the guidance of Taro and the others. He nodded in response, retracted his gaze without any abnormalities, and entered the steeple at an unhurried pace. At night, in Byam's private harbor, the Golden Dream, which had a strange main cannon installed along the centerline, sailed to the side of the harbor. Donnas held the local specialties given by the resistance as he waved back with a beaming smile. He walked up the gangway and onto the deck. During this period of time, he had led a very comfortable life here. As an envoy who delivered firearms, food, and a small number of Beyonder ingredients, he received rather high treatment. Every day, he would either drink and eat meat, brag, or hunt. He was even invited to watch the ceremony where Sea God bestowed blessings to his believers. After witnessing all of this, he suddenly came to a realization. Byam, or rather, all the colonies, would erupt in an intense conflict in the future. It wouldn't be resolved without decades or centuries of cleansing. Therefore, Donnas decided to sell most of his properties in Byam the next time he came, keeping only one. Then, he would find an opportunity to buy properties in Trier, the capital of Intis, Bakeland, the capital of Rouen, as well as a peaceful village with excellent scenery. "I can make a trip back to Nosier Town and visit old man and mother. I can buy one less house and build a vineyard for them." Donnas waved at the enthusiastic resistance once again. He then puffed up his chest and said to Flowery Bow-Tie Jodson in a smug manner, "Where's Captain? I need to report to her on the situation during this period of time." Jodson clicked his tongue in disdain. "Of course she's in the captain's cabin." At the same time, he lampooned inwardly. "This fellow, Donnas, has become more and more arrogant after forming a relationship with Gairman Sparrow. However, that crazy adventurer is truly terrifying. He actually successfully hunted Admiral of Blood." Donnas laughed as he walked with infuriating steps into the cabin and met Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. He immediately put away his provocative look and said with a smile, "Captain, I've already completed the mission." "What exactly happened?" Edwina put down the book in her hand and asked. Danitz was already prepared. He described in detail what he had experienced during this period of time and exaggerated the role he played in the war. Finally, he said, "Captain, I met Gairman Sparrow. He got me to ask you if there's anything abnormal about elvish songster Ciatas's corpse and the golden wine cup. Edwina didn't directly answer as she got up and walked to the corner of the captain's cabin. There was a black wooden crate there. The Golden Dream would only head for Sonia Island after this voyage, so Ciata's and Mobit's corpses were still on the ship. They had been placed in a specially prepared crate by Edwina. Bending one knee and half kneeling, Edwina opened the wooden crate, revealing the crisscrossed corpses inside. The golden wine cup that had been mostly flattened silently sat in a skeletal palm. It didn't look abnormal at all. There's nothing abnormal, Edwina concluded. Donis peeked his head out to take a glance and memorize the answer. He planned on reporting it to the Great Fool when no one was around and getting him, to pass it on to the lunatic Gehrman Sparrow. There's nothing abnormal? Above the gray fog, Klein frowned slightly. He was half puzzled and half relieved. According to his inference, the chances of the golden wine cup being problematic weren't low. The lack of any abnormalities exceeded his expectations. However, he liked the answer because he didn't wish for Ciata's and Mobit's slumber to be disturbed. Perhaps there's an additional catalyst condition? Heh, I hope I'll never be able to gather it, Klein muttered to himself as he cast his gaze at Roselle's travels in the junk pile. As he temporarily didn't have a way to enter the sea of collective subconscious, and with his current focus being the Antigonus family's notebook, he delayed his second exploration of the world in the book. Phew! Klein exhaled, retracted his gaze, and prepared for this week's tarot gathering. It was 3 in the afternoon in Bakeland. Dark red beams of light lit up on both sides of the long mottled table, solidifying into blurry, different figures. Audrey's mood was as good as usual, or even better. This was because her brother, Hibbert Hall, had sent a telegram to inform her that the 10% of the shares in the Bakeland Bicycle Company had been finalized for a total of £12,000. Furthermore, she didn't need to rush back to Bakeland to sign it. Before her brother, Hibbert, set off, she had already signed the carte blanche agreement under the witness of 2 lawyers. All she needed to do now was wait for everything to be completed before signing a confirmation letter for her brother. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up elegantly as she stood up and said to the figure shrouded in grey fog at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, may Mr. Fool bless me. There will be clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree today." Immediately following that, she prayed silently in her heart. After exchanging greetings and sitting down, Katlia didn't disappoint Klein's expectations. She once again lowered her head as though she didn't dare look straight at him. "Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of Roselle the Great's diary this time. Has Queen Mystic still not found any clues regarding Roselle the Great's assassination? She's still providing the diary through Ma M. Hermit. Unfortunately, I've been in my family's fief recently and haven't had much contact with the psychological alchemy. I haven't been able to obtain any new diary pages. I'll visit the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation in a few days. Perhaps they've found some." Audrey listened curiously. The Fool Klein chuckled. "Very good. You can consider your request. Actually, I know that Queen Mystic has already told you the problem. I wonder what she's doing in Bakeland." Klein's thoughts began to wander. Soon, Katlia conjured the 3 diary pages and handed them to Mr. Fool. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 782. Knowing that the diary entries that Queen Mystic had carefully chosen definitely had rather important content, the Fool Klein focused his mind and casually cast his gaze at the yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. September 11th. Ever since I became an angel, I've had a feeling that my personality is split. In my heart, my soul, and deep in my mind, there's always a voice urging me and influencing me, creating an uncontrollable coldness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and madness. This doesn't come from the outside world, nor is it the influence of a deity on one's pathway. I can clearly sense that it comes from my genes, from the collective subconscious that humans have passed down from generation to generation. It comes from the beyonder characteristic itself, and not from the remnant mental influence. It makes me have a strong desire to hunt and kill. I want to devour all living beings with beyonder characteristics around me. This makes me need to spend most of my energy to resist it. Even though I'm already acting and digesting the potion, I don't see any improvement. It's no wonder Mr. Dorr said that reason is temporary, while madness is eternal. September 28. I haven't written a diary in a long time. In the past half a month, I seem to be watching myself being replaced by strangers bit by bit, becoming cold and terrifying. Even my daughter, Bernadette, could only make me feel a tiny bit of fatherly love, very, very little. Just as I was about to go crazy, I seemed to hear countless praises. They were from my subjects, all the people who had benefited from my reforms. They were believers who viewed me as the son of steam. They were praising me, singing my praises, erecting statues for me, writing stories for me, and creating poems for me. Their voices were like the anchor of a ship, helping me to locate myself. I began to have the ability to resist that desire and that cry from the bottom of my heart. Bit by bit, I walked out and once again had the normal emotions of a father, a husband, and a man. Just at sequence 2, there's already such a change. At sequence 0, at the level of a true God, how terrifying would the madness I have to resist be? Perhaps they also need to locate themselves to resist the beyonder characteristics and the strong inclination to lose control deep in the collective subconscious. I roughly understand why they established a church, why they spread their faith, why they wrote chapters for the saints of their faction, and why they left legends for the corresponding angels. But why don't they have human forms and are just symbols? I don't understand. I'll ask Mr. Dorr next time. He knows a lot in the domain of deities. If he hadn't been exiled back then, there might have been one more deity. September 29. Rereading yesterday's diary, I recalled the rituals that corresponded to my sequence 4, sequence 3, and sequence 2. They clearly had a hint of madness and cruelty, just like the ones held by villains in novels. The sequence pathway might very well be a path destined for madness and despair. And this is the only way for humans to obtain extraordinary power. It's really funny and ironic. We try so hard to save ourselves, just to destroy ourselves better and more thoroughly? The contents of the first page of the diary left Klein's heart heavy and repressed. Roselle, who had written those words, was no longer an ordinary person. He had already become an angel and joined the Twilight Hermit Order. He had seen the blasphemy slate, and his understanding of the mysterious world's beyonder characteristics far exceeded the present him. However, he was even more pessimistic than him. He seemed to believe that the world was fundamentally distorted, crazy, and destined to self-destruction. However, the 7 deities seemed to have found a way to maintain their rationality. Ordinary humans aren't completely useless. Their knowledge and spirituality can be gathered, and it's possible for them to help the deities locate their original form, retaining the memories and rationality accumulated over the years. This can be inferred from Roselle's personal experience. However, why did the 7 deities abandon their original human form and use a symbolic and abstract sacred emblem? This doesn't match my judgment. I can't understand it. Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped to the next page of the diary. December 5th, night of the blood moon. Communicating with Mr. Dorr. He is still the same as before. He will always make a request for me to help him return to the real world, but he won't be too insistent. Furthermore, he will randomly answer some of my questions. Heh. He is like playing a game, trying hard to raise his favorability. However, sorry, I've already locked this option ahead of time. As I already know the legends of the kings of angels, I consulted Mr. Dorr with the mindset that I wouldn't lose anything by asking. The main point is what level the strength of the kings of angels is at. Mr. Dorr said that some kings of angels have accommodated a uniqueness, some have consumed 2 sequence 1 potions, and some have both. The word accommodate is used very strangely. I raised my doubts about this, but Mr. Dorr didn't directly answer. He only told me that if there's no way to accommodate a uniqueness, then before the ritual is held and the advancement to sequence 0, the uniqueness will only be a burden to a sequence 1 angel and not a help. Yes, it's understandable. It's just like using a grade 0 sealed artifact. The negative effects are always terrifying, and the uniqueness is definitely more exaggerated than that. I also asked which kings of angels have accommodated a uniqueness. Mr. Dorr similarly didn't directly answer. He only said that Ammon and Adam made all the angels jealous from the bottom of their hearts. This is because they were born with a uniqueness, so there's no need to consider the problem of accommodating. From another angle, it means that Ammon and Adam have consumed the uniqueness of a sequence 1 potion, as expected of the Creator's Son. That Creator, also known as the ancient Sun God, is actually so powerful that he can pass on a uniqueness to his 2 children, as well as a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. Is he purifying himself to eliminate unnecessary interference? Then, did Mr. Dorr also accommodate a uniqueness and even consume 2 sequence 1 potions? I didn't ask because I knew that he definitely wouldn't answer. During the exchange, Mr. Dorr reminded me not to directly say Adam's full name, or it would be discovered and our conversation would be discovered. I roughly understood the reason and asked him with a smile, "Didn't he already say Adam's full name?" Mr. Dorr replied that it was fine because the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 4 is called Secrets Sorcerer. It has a certain meaning of keeping secrets. Although it's inferior to the Servant of Concealment of the Evernight Pathway, it's enough for an existence at his level to shield his senses. I asked many more questions regarding deities, but Mr. Dorr didn't answer. He only said that when I have the ability and opportunity, I'll head to the moon to take a look and understand many things. This matches some of my previous thoughts, but I suspect that he is tempting me to use this opportunity to return to the real world. After all, his every appearance is related to the moon. As long as Mr. Dorr appears, there will be a lot of information. It will always take up an entire page. Yes, his explanation of the strength levels of a king of angels is very consistent with my theory, in a broad sense. A king of angels refers to a quasi-deity that exceeds sequence 1 without reaching sequence 0 through various means. This includes accommodating a uniqueness and consuming additional sequence 1 potions. In a narrow sense, a king of angels refers to the Creator that the City of Silver worships, the 8 kings who lead all the angels by the side of the ancient Sun God. Of course, they definitely match the broad definition. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. As for Roselle's guess about the ancient Sun God, he strongly agreed with it. He believed that the Creator that the City of Silver worshipped had recycled too many authorities of the ancient gods, resulting in signs of chaos and madness. Hence, he decisively gave birth to 2 children, using this to eliminate a portion of the miscellaneous items. To put it simply, Ammon and Adam were given to them by drinking the potion. From the looks of it, Angel of Imagination Adam clearly has the Spectator Pathways uniqueness. He should be the mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. From ancient times to the present, he has interfered with the changes of the times in order to revive his father. I wonder if he has advanced to sequence 0. Even if he hasn't, the number of angels that the Twilight Hermit Order can mobilize will probably exceed my imagination. Secrets Sorcerer actually has the meaning of guarding secrets and concealment. Klein immediately thought of the symbol behind the Fool's Chair. The pupilless eye that symbolizes concealment, and the contorted lines that represent change. He quickly reined in his thoughts and flipped to the 3rd page of the diary. November 28. I dreamt of Grimm again. He was the smartest one among my subordinate. Unfortunately, when he was exploring that nameless island, he was infected by an unknown force and died in the fog sea. He didn't even leave behind a child. Back then, I knew that the nameless island hid secrets and unimaginable dangers. However, my level and strength were lacking, so I could only forcefully endure it. This dream was likely a reminder from my spirituality that I could explore that island and grasp its secrets to completely end Grimm's matter. On the 29th of November, I gathered 3 of my subordinates, and with Benjamin Abraham's help and a period of searching, I finally found that nameless island again. We didn't directly enter and decided to rest in the periphery for a day. Edwards said that he often dreamed of Grimm, and he felt deeply guilty for not being able to save him. "This isn't your responsibility. It's my problem," I said to Edwards, because I'm their leader. November 30th. We went deep into the island. There are a large number of beyonder creatures that are said to be extinct here. They didn't fight but gathered together as though they were worshipping something. Such a group of beyonder creatures without much intelligence seemed to be holding some kind of ritual. They were praying to an unknown deity? During the ritual, I saw Grimm. P.S. Recommend a book. I pretend to have superpowers. It's said that many readers will laugh themselves to death from the middle of the novel. PS2. Recommend another book, Dungeon Players. A devil lord tricked earthlings into working for free to build a dungeon. I've really been reading this book. It's quite interesting. Chapter 783. Grimm, who was infected on the nameless island and was dead for sure, appeared on that nameless island again? Great Emperor, when did you change to writing horror? Moreover, what about after that? Klein's gaze froze on the last line of the diary on the 3rd page. There was no more content. Apart from that, he was also horrified by the strange gathering of beyonder creatures described by Roselle the Great. It had to be known that not all beyonder creatures had intelligence and could communicate. A large number of them were monsters that had lost control and only had crazy instincts. And these monsters that had lost control actually gathered together to worship an unknown existence. It's a pity that the Emperor didn't leave behind the coordinates of that nameless island. However, even if he did, I wouldn't dare head there at the moment. If I were to be infected and die in the outside world, I would be reborn in the island. That would be troublesome. At the very least, I have to be a sequence 4 or even a sequence 3 to have the confidence to explore it. As Klein thought, he made the diary page in his hand vanish. He turned to look at Katlia and said with a smile, "You're right. What is your request?" Katlia didn't think as she directly asked, "Why are you here?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Roselle the Great has ever joined a very secretive and ancient organization." Extremely secretive and ancient. Twilight Hermit Order? Roselle the Great used to be one of their members? Audrey suddenly recalled the organization that Mr. Fool had mentioned. The hanging man Alger also recalled the corresponding matter. He remembered that when Miss Justice described the Desire Apostle incident in Bakeland, she had mentioned a mysterious organization. Back then, Mr. Fool had told the members not to mention the organization's name in the outside world, because any mention of it will be known. Such an organization does match Roselle the Great's level. Alger nodded in his heart. The Fool Klein thought of something else. Queen Mystic's experience in selecting diary entries was vague. She was unable to accurately ask questions based on the content provided. This also meant that there was a high chance that she only knew that a particular diary entry was very important and contained key information. Or she could determine Roselle's emotions from the handwriting. As for Ma M. Hermit's question, it wasn't difficult for him at all. He smiled. Yes. At the same time, he silently reminded himself, in the future, I'll have to be wary of Queen Mystic's problems that have nothing to do with the contents of the diary entries. Thankfully, I've read quite a number of Roselle's diary entries. I have a rather good understanding of the Emperor. After saying that, He didn't add anything else. It's your turn. He didn't directly say Twilight Hermit Order, because he wanted to answer the question again next time. Catlia bowed to express her gratitude before looking at the magicians. I want clues about the direct descendants of the House of Abraham. 1,000 pounds. She didn't feel any psychological burden when she made the offer, because Queen Mystic would definitely compensate her accordingly. Why did she look at me directly? She already knows that my teacher is a member of the House of Abraham? Magician's Furs was first alarmed before she found it unsurprising. This was because this matter wasn't a secret to the tarot members apart from Ma-Am Hermit. It was normal for them to mention it when completing a transaction with Ma-Am Hermit. Although 1,000 pounds was very tempting, Furs had no intention of betraying her teacher's information. The number of people who had sincerely treated her well in her life could be counted on one hand. Therefore, she cherished such feelings very much. After some deliberation, Magician's Furs said, "Why are you looking for them? Why are you looking for them? If you can provide a reason, I can pass it on to them. As for whether there will be any subsequent developments, it will depend on their wishes. I can't be sure. Indeed, she looks ordinary, but she actually hides many secrets. She's a very careful and meticulous lady." Catlia sighed inwardly as she nodded gently. "That's very reasonable. I'm looking for a direct descendant of the House of Abraham in hopes of obtaining information on Mr. Dorr. Pass this to them and see if there's a chance of cooperation." "Yes, it's just passing the message. I will also pay you 350 pounds in cash. If they are willing to engage, there will be another 650 pounds. Furs held back for a full second before replying, "Yes, deal." After saying that, she pondered over the hidden meaning in Ma-Am Hermit's words. "Mr. Dorr has something to do with the House of Abraham?" "That's right. My bracelet came from Mrs. Alisa. It belongs to the House of Abraham. Teacher doesn't know that I already know that he's a member of the House of Abraham. I can only casually mention it in the letter, saying that at a particular gathering, I heard that someone was looking for a direct descendant of the House of Abraham and that it involves Mr. Dorr. I wonder how teacher will react." At this moment, Miss Justice was sincerely happy for her friend, feeling that she had finally escaped the predicament of bankruptcy. Furs is already sequence 7. She's about to catch up to me. I have to strive to become a hypnotist as soon as possible. As she thought of this, her eyes flickered as she looked at the members of the tarot, hoping to find clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree. Miss Justice's gaze is truly irresistible. Magician's Furs lowered her head in embarrassment. This was because there hadn't been any clues regarding the fruit of the illusory chime tree in her circles. On the other side, Alger pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "That's right. I have a lead, but it will be at least 2 weeks before I can get it." He did have a lead. A long time ago, he and Zillings had discovered an illusory chime tree when they ventured deep into the primitive island. However, due to his lack of strength, he didn't attempt to approach it, and now, he had hopes of advancing to sequence 5, so he naturally didn't wish to let go of the opportunity to earn money. After all, he still owed Admiral of Stars the information fee. The reason why he mentioned it now was because it was a declaration of sovereignty in a certain sense. When the time came, he would explore it with the world. It was best to clarify what they wanted ahead of time to prevent any conflicts from arising. Of course, this way, when dealing with the illusory chime tree, there was a high chance that the world, German Sparrow, would stand by the side and not provide any help. No problem. Audrey was delighted. She didn't even ask about the price. She was already considering finding an excuse to buy it directly from Psychological Alchemy when she returned to Bakeland in June. After the 2 transactions were over, the members temporarily didn't have any other requests. Therefore, after Catlia repeated the search for the mythical creature's blood, and Emlyn once again mentioned finding the remaining 4 primordial moon believers, Tarot entered the free exchange segment. Sun automatically said, I've already become a notary. I've already become a notary. There's no need to tell us that. The hanging man had the urge to cover his face, but he still replied calmly, although a notary's physique will be greatly enhanced, it's still more of a support role. Although a notary will greatly enhance one's physique, it's still more of a support type. The ability to notarize effectively can be temporarily enhanced, while the ability to notarize ineffectively will be weakened or forcefully dispersed. At the same time, a notary is also good at making contracts. Once one signs it, even a sequence 5 can't violate it. Even a sequence 4 demigod would have to pay a sizable price to violate it. As a member of the Church of the Storm, understanding the advantages and disadvantages of the Sun pathway was a basic skill. Therefore, Alger explained the exact situation to Little Sun in detail and reminded him to choose a mystical item that was good at controlling the target. If there wasn't one, choose one with strong offensive strength. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man, Sun sincerely thanked him. In his heart, in the entire tarot, the greatest and most revered was Mr. Fool, the most admirable and yearning was Mr. World, and the most reliable, kindest was undoubtedly the wise Mr. the Hanging Man. At this moment, Emlyn thought to himself, this fellow has actually reached my level. No, I can't let him surpass me. I have to complete the hunt as soon as possible and obtain the reward. He thought for a few seconds, and after obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured the moon doll that resembled a wooden stake. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you know what it is? He knew that Mr. Fool definitely had the answer, but he temporarily didn't have anything that he could use to exchange with this great existence. Therefore, he could only see if the other members of the tarot had a certain level of understanding. Isn't this the puppet I saw at the gathering? Mr. Moon has already found his target. Magician's Furs was equally curious as she waited for someone to give her an answer. Catlia carefully examined it and slowly frowned. This should be a moon emissary. It's a beyonder item created by the primordial moon believers through centuries of bloody rituals. It's said that it has been infused with divine powers. Every one of them possesses unimaginable terror. Where did you obtain it? It's very dangerous. It's best to leave it to the upper echelons of the sanguine. Emlyn changed his sitting posture and chuckled. I encountered it when I was hunting that primordial moon believer. He's already dead and I'm still alive. Mr. Moon's flaunting is really obvious at a glance. Senior spectator Audrey chuckled inwardly. Catlia was taken aback as she deliberately asked without any concealment, How did you do it? How did you do it? The upper echelons of the sanguine provided help? Emlyn opened his mouth, but he was at a loss for words. Only then did he realize that this topic wasn't suitable for in-depth discussion. Ahem. He cleared his throat and looked at the end of the long bronze table. I've requested Mr. Fool's help. Chapter 784. He requested Mr. Fool's help? That's possible? Catlia was stunned when she heard that. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's level and abilities. After receiving punishment and discovering that his blessed German sparrow was becoming more and more powerful, she no longer had any doubts regarding such matters. Back when Mr. Fool used an ancient item to pull her here, allowing her to avoid the pursuit of knowledge, she already knew that he was at least in existence at the level of the hidden sage or primordial moon. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to directly interfere with the real world. He was suspected to be an ancient god in the process of awakening. The moon's words left her surprised that Mr. Fool would actually provide effective and substantial help to the members of the tarot, and not impart knowledge or pull them in. On the one hand, this means that I can also directly request Mr. Fool's help in times of danger. This is more exaggerated than any ritual. On the other hand, it vaguely reveals that Mr. Fool's awakening process is faster than I imagined. Many thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind. Audrey, Sun, and company weren't surprised by this. They had more or less prayed to Mr. Fool for help, and they had seen the angels under this great existence. Seeing everyone cast their gazes at him, Emlyn shrank his head and raised his chin. I paid the price. This is an equivalent exchange. An equivalent exchange. The immediate response and effective feedback from a great existence is priceless. Katlia couldn't help but retort inwardly. The reason why she didn't directly say it was that she also hoped to have such an opportunity for an equivalent exchange in the future. And this often meant that she would have one more life than others. Magician's Furs expressed her puzzlement at Mr. Moon's deliberate emphasis on equivalent exchange. Those who had prayed to Mr. Fool for help had all provided corresponding rewards. Mr. Moon really is a person who cares about his reputation. No, a sanguine. Audrey seriously evaluated Emlyn's momentary emotional changes. As the exchange continued, the tarot gathering slowly came to an end. After returning to the City of Silver, Sun first seriously memorized the pros and cons of a notary given by Mr. the Hanging Man. Then, he headed to the Twin Towers in the north of the city to choose a mystical item. He hadn't done it before because his condition wasn't stable after his advancement. He was worried that he would lose control when he came into contact with a mystical item. Inside the spire, Derek Berg, who had completed the process, raised his request. He saw the selected items and obtained the corresponding document. After careful reading and observation, he quickly narrowed down the scope to two choices. One was Carty's ring. It had an ancient appearance and was completely iron black in color. It was engraved with dark and complicated patterns. It was left behind by a resident of the City of Silver a long time ago. It could help the wearer intimidate their target, causing them to pause for a certain period of time. It could also cause normal humans to temporarily lose their rationality, or awaken the hidden warmth and memories of crazy monsters. It could make them fall into a state of confusion for a short period of time, preventing them from attacking. The other was Thunder God's Roar. It was obtained from a city that had been reduced to ruins. It was rather heavy and it looked like a gigantic hammer. Its surface was deep blue, and there were silver-white bolts of lightning swirling around it. Its grip was suspected to be the leg bone of a living creature. In battle, it could emit a sound that made the enemy panic and panic. It was as if Thunder God had descended to the ground and was constantly roaring. Every strike of it was extremely destructive, and the terrifying lightning was never absent. The negative effect of Carty's ring was that the wearer would unknowingly produce another self. Therefore, they had to receive regular treatment from a psychoanalyst. If they missed 1 or 2 sessions, the problem would become extremely serious and difficult to treat, and the battle between the two selves would eventually lead to a loss of control. Relatively speaking, Thunder God's Roar didn't have such a huge hidden danger. It only made the wearer accumulate irritable emotions. As long as they vented it regularly, there wouldn't be a problem. However, it had another negative effect. In an environment without light, the wearer would have a 100% chance of being attacked by terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness. The probability of being attacked is 100%. Upon seeing this data, Derek felt depressed. This meant that many residents of the City of Silver had already disappeared due to this reason. They were all the former owners of Thunder God's Roar. Which one should I choose? Producing another self is a very terrifying matter. Miss Justice seems to have mentioned that this is called dissociative identity disorder. Not only does Thunder God's Roar have the ability to affect an enemy's state, it also has rather powerful offensive strength. My axe of hurricane has been used too frequently, so it should be destroyed earlier than expected. I can emit light myself, so I don't have to worry about absolute darkness. After some thought, he pointed at the ghostly blue hammer. I want Thunder God's Roar. 160 Buckland Street. Just as Klein walked out of his master bedroom, he saw Butler Walter waiting outside. He held a few invitations in his hand. Sir, there are a total of 3 invitations this Monday. Afternoon tea on Wednesday, literary salon on Friday, and dinner on Saturday. They are from Klein listened with a warm expression as he smiled. Tell these friendly invitees that I'll be participating. All right, sir. Walter bowed and left the third floor. Seeing his back disappear down the staircase, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another week of such invitations, and it'll be my turn to invite my neighbors to a ball or dinner. Only by doing this a few times will I be able to truly enter their circle and be introduced to important figures of a higher level, allowing me to enter different clubs. Heh. Such a referral is definitely built on the basis of sufficient wealth. A person without any value wouldn't receive a referral. It's really troublesome to socialize with high society. I'll need at least another month before I can come into contact with people who are at the periphery of the great smog of Bakeland. It's still better with the church. As long as I donate enough and am pious enough, I can freely enter and listen to the bishop's sermons. Of course, that's under the premise that I pass the checks. If everything goes well, I might be able to grasp the keeper's shifts within a month and find a chance to enter behind Cheney's gate. Klein reined in his thoughts and instructed his valet, Richardson, to bring his coat, hat, and cane over. According to his arrangements, he was to watch the most popular play, The Traitor's Ring, at the Royal Theatre. It wasn't purely for entertainment. Only by understanding popular plays, famous music, and trends would he have something to talk about in the various gatherings of high society. A popular gentleman must be very tiring in private. A minute on stage is 10 years of hard work. Such social gatherings are really tiring. As Klein lampooned, he allowed Richardson to put on his coat. Then, he took a high-end four-wheeled carriage to the Royal Theatre in Westborough. He sat in a luxurious VIP room and watched The Traitor's Ring. It's different from movies and television series. A play's performance is more exaggerated and forceful. Yes, this is determined by the performance environment. The story isn't bad, but why do I find it a little familiar? Don't tell me that the original author is Roselle the Great. These people should be famous actors. The newspapers have mentioned them before. It's said that they're very popular. It's a little like celebrities from the internet era on Earth. As long as I participate in gatherings of high society, I'll definitely have a chance of meeting them. As Klein watched the play, he habitually lampooned inwardly. Sherwood Borough at the ticket office of a large theater. Finally, it was Melissa's turn. She took out notes and copper coins and pushed them into the window. The Traitor's Ring, Sunday at 3 in the afternoon. 2 tickets. After watching The Traitor's Ring, Klein sat in his carriage, drank a mouthful of black tea, and received the various evening newspapers that Richardson had bought. He first flipped to the drama review section, found some professional comments, and compared them with his own viewing experience. Gradually, he came up with a personal and deep experience. Yes, at least I can fool those gentlemen and madams. After finishing his homework, Klein leisurely flipped through the newspapers and unexpectedly discovered a piece of news. 10% of the Bakeland Bicycle Company's shares have been sold. Friends, please do not disturb us. It's already been finalized? Mr. Eichinger publishing this news means that he has already received the money. Klein was first delighted before he frowned slightly. His gaze paused on the exclamation mark at the end. The content of the news was indeed what he and Eichinger Stanton had agreed upon in advance, but he had a nagging feeling that the exclamation mark at the end was a little glaring. The emotions contained in this sentence clearly don't need an exclamation mark. Mr. Eichinger is a person who pays attention to details. It's impossible for him to let the newspaper do as they please. He deliberately used this exclamation mark. What message is he sending? He's giving a warning? As he pondered, Klein suddenly realized something. The 10% of the Bakeland Bicycle Company's shares that Eichinger Stanton sold clearly came from Sherlock Moriarty. And with the former's moral character, it was impossible for him to sell it for no reason. This meant, to a certain extent, that Sherlock Moriarty or his agent had already returned to Bakeland. Therefore, a certain faction of the royal family that was involved in the Great Smog of Bakeland had keenly sensed the situation and started monitoring Detective Eichinger Stanton, hoping to capture the target who had gone to collect the cash. How should I get the money? Klein pretended to read the newspaper naturally and seriously pondered this serious question. P.S. First update, then change. I'll take the afternoon off to write a chapter. The curly-haired baboon is stuck again. It's really frustrating to write the daily life and foreshadowing in an interesting and attractive manner. Chapter 785. At 10 o'clock at night, it started drizzling in Bakeland again. The thin mist gave the light from the gas lamps a hazy sense of beauty. Eichinger Stanton's assistant, Bowen, patrolled the bottom floor and walked to the oriel window, preparing to close the last window. At this moment, a black shadow leaped in and landed steadily on the protruding wall. It was a blue, short-haired stray cat. Bowen could not help but chuckle when he saw the man's large and round yellow eyes looking at him. There is no food here. Detective work could easily attract revenge, and there were many secrets that needed to be hidden. Therefore, the chefs and servants in Eichinger Stanton's house were all hourly workers. They would only come for a fixed few hours a day, and would not prepare too much food at once. This made it difficult for the food to be left after dinner. The blue short-haired cat opened its mouth, but it didn't meow. Instead, it spoke like a human. I'm Sherlock Moriarty. I want to see Mr. Eichinger Stanton. Although Bowen was a beyonder nurtured by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he wasn't a very high-sequence beyonder. He wasn't very knowledgeable, so this was the first time he had encountered a cat that could speak. He couldn't help but be shocked and dazed for a moment. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and recalled the words of the blue short-hair cat. It said it was Sherlock Moriarty? This great detective is really not simple. He could actually turn into a cat, control a cat. This kind of ability was really strange and scary. Bowen quickly calmed down. Without answering the cat, he reached out to close the window. After doing all this, he lowered his voice and said, "Follow me." The blue short-haired cat immediately jumped off the platform behind the oriel window. With its tail raised, it walked agilely behind Bowen, following him all the way to the second floor, and watched as he knocked on Eichinger Stanton's bedroom door. "What's the matter?" Eichinger, who was wearing light striped pajamas, opened the door and asked. He was enjoying his bedtime tobacco. Bowen cautiously pointed at the blue short-haired cat beside him. "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty is looking for you." Isengard, who had white sideburns and a thin face, raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked down and took 2 steps back, allowing the blue cat to swagger into his bedroom. "Go back to your room and sleep. Wake up on time tomorrow. We still have a case waiting to be investigated." Eichinger instructed Bowen as if nothing had happened. After the assistant left, he closed the door and turned to look at the blue cat squatting beside the reclining chair. He chuckled. "I never expected you to have such beyonder powers. I was just worried that you would come over directly." "I noticed that exclamation mark," the blue short-haired cat said with a smile. It had to be said that it was quite strange for a cat to have such an expression on its face. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill run down their spine. Eichinger did not have any unusual reaction to this. He took a puff of his pipe and sat on the reclining chair. He enjoyed the smoke and slowly exhaled. "I believe in your wisdom. Thank you for your praise." The blue short-haired cat politely extended its paw and bowed. Eichinger looked at it and stroked his pipe as he smiled. "You should already know what has happened. Although that group of people doesn't dare to monitor me very strictly, afraid that I'll discover it and inform the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. They will also be in quite a bit of trouble once they are exposed. However, I believe that there must be a demigod among them. This is both an inference and a conclusion given to me by some feedback. After all, I've lived on this street for many years. Therefore, humans and animals won't be stopped from entering my house. This is something you have already thought of. But when you leave, you will definitely be tailed. What means do you have to escape from them? That sum of money isn't a small amount. It will be very eye-catching to bring it out. Let me think. Do you plan on communicating with me and get me to deposit the money into a designated bank account? Then, you will find many people to withdraw the money in batches at different places outside Bakeland at the same time? Upon saying that, Eichinger gave a self-deprecating laugh. This is the best solution I can think of, but it will be very troublesome to carry it out. The blue short-haired cat didn't give a direct answer as it chuckled. I only need you to lend me an empty room and 3 candles. No problem. Eichinger Stanton didn't press further as he said, the price of the shares this time is £12,000. The buyer is Earl Hall's daughter, Audrey. Yes, hiring a lawyer, an accounting team, and advertising cost a total of £600. In addition, after paying 0.5% stamp duty and 20% Type D income tax, there are £8,940 left. Type D income tax referred to the income tax of commercial, financial, and specialized industries. I still have to pay taxes. That's more than £2,000 gone. The blue short-haired cat's expression instantly froze. Klein used to be a nighthawk, so his salary wasn't subject to personal income tax. Later on, he became a private detective, so his income was difficult to monitor, so he never took the initiative to file taxes. Later on, he became an adventurer. Due to the preferential bounties for pirates, he didn't need to pay taxes, nor did he have any awareness of this. Therefore, even when Eichinger Stanton mentioned the issue of taxes, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't think that it would be much, but in the end, reality gave him a hard blow. As for why he didn't pay taxes for the share transaction, it was because the Rouen government encouraged initial investments in inventions, so there were corresponding exemptions. After a brief silence, the blue short-haired cat's whiskers moved twice. All right, give me the cash. Move it to the empty room. There's no problem with the cash, right? I've already checked. They won't pull any tricks in this area. That would be an insult to my intelligence. Eichinger stood up with his pipe in hand. Remember to add a signed confirmation of the transaction later and mail it over. It's already on its way, the blue short-haired cat replied, having long prepared for it. Eichinger then walked to the safe in the master bedroom and opened it with a passcode. Then, he took out stacks of cash and stuffed them into different briefcases. Following that, he took the briefcases and left the master bedroom, entering the guest bedroom diagonally across from it. Do account, Eichinger said to the blue short-haired cat as he put down the briefcases filled with cash. I trust you, the blue short-haired cat said after taking a few glances. Eichinger nodded and pointed at the cabinet. There are candles inside. With that said, he retreated to the door, held the handle, and said with a smile, I'm really curious how you will leave. I believe this will definitely be a wonderful magic. With a click, Eichinger Stanton closed the door, returning the guest bedroom to silence and desolation. A figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat quickly appeared beside the blue short-haired cat. It was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Senor. He took out some candles and quickly set up a simple altar. He skipped all the prerequisites and chanted in the Elvish language in a low voice. He skipped all the steps and directly chanted in Elvish, the blessed of the sea and spirit world, the protector of the Rörsted archipelago, the ruler of the undersea creatures, the controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you accept his offerings. I pray that you open the door to your kingdom. The sound of the wind inside the wall of spirituality suddenly turned intense. Senor quickly used his fingernails to cut the skin on the back of his hand and flung out drops of blood. As a sequence 5 wraith, everything on him was equivalent to an ingredient rich in spirituality. The strong wind sucked away the blood and infused the candle flame that symbolized sea god Cavituous, causing it to expand and turn into an illusory door filled with magic labels and symbols. After more than 10 seconds, the door creaked heavily and slowly opened. Senor then picked up the briefcases containing the cash and threw them into the illusory door. When there was nothing left, a gold coin that was stored in his body flew out and landed on the altar. The wraith's figure then disappeared, projecting onto the smooth part of the gold coin. The gold coin flew up in a wobbly manner, following the briefcase in front of it, and entered the illusory door of sacrifice. Without a sound, the mysterious door closed, and the 3 candles returned to normal. At this moment, the blue short-haired cat seemed to find itself. It looked left and right in a daze and meowed. After a while, Eichinger opened the door and entered. He discovered that the briefcases containing the cash had all disappeared, leaving only the 3 candles burning quietly. Only the blue short-haired cat was left warily arching its back. As he stared at this scene, a rental carriage drove past at an unhurried pace at a fork on the other side of the street. On the same night, in a building in Sherwood Borough, Zio braved the drizzle and returned home. As she dried her hair with a towel, she said to Furs, "Your letter has been sent." "Your letter has been sent," Furs tersely acknowledged as she secretly guessed when her teacher would reply. At this moment, Zio put down the towel and casually said, "There's news about Mr. X's party. It's the same place as before, Friday night." "Very good, I can tell Mr. World. I wonder how much I'll need to pay." Furz's eyes lit up when she heard that. Before she could ask for details, Zio had already added, "Mr. X also gave a mission that said to pay very handsomely. Mr. X also gave you a mission that is said to be very rewarding. Yes, tell him about the people you know who have abnormal luck." "People with abnormal luck?" Furs muttered in puzzlement. Is there something wrong with this gentleman's brain? Who would divulge the situation around them at such a gathering? It'll make it easy for others to discover their true identity. Who knows? Perhaps he really is a lunatic. Zio didn't know anyone with abnormal luck, so she replied indifferently. Furs thought carefully for a moment, but she still couldn't figure out the true purpose of the mission. All she could do was throw it to the back of her mind. She planned on praying to Mr. Fool when Zio went to take a shower and pass the corresponding information to the World, German Sparrow. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 786. Mr. X is searching for people with abnormal luck? Above the gray fog, Klein pondered over the information provided by Miss Magicians in an attempt to analyze it for any useful information. After thinking for a while, he decided to think from a different angle due to his lack of inspiration. It was to recall the people around him who had abnormal luck to see if there was any internal connection. The Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson Hood, counts as one. Dr. Alan Series counts as another. They were all affected by one of the snakes of fate. Angel of Fate Ouroboros is one of the founders of Rose Redemption. This secret organization supports and believes in the true Creator. The Aurora Order is equivalent to the Church of the True Creator. A series of situations surfaced in Klein's mind as he quickly came to a conclusion. This is the Angel of Fate Ouroboros searching for the Snake of Mercury, Will Ausepton. He is driving the members of the Aurora Order to help him find the Snake of Mercury, Will Ausepton. And this means that behind Mr. X, there's a king of angels somewhere in Bakeland. Under such circumstances, assassinating Mr. X is equivalent to sending myself to my death. It's no wonder that Mr. X doesn't care about how special Bakeland is. The official factions will at most believe that he has a saint backing him. Yes, in the official files, there are only 5 saints in the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. If that's the case, I'll make the wrong response. After Klein came to a conclusion, his first thought was to reject Miss Magicians's request and warn her not to provoke Mr. X. If it wasn't for the fact that making a report would implicate the Snake of Mercury, Will Auceptin, and the Beyonder dossier of the Church of the Evernight Goddess clearly recorded Dr. Alan Seary's luck. Klein would have gotten Miss Magicians to report the Angel of Fate Ouroboros and Mr. X to a particular church. He calmly pondered for a few seconds before conjuring the World Gairman Sparrow and making him pray in the grey fog. That's right. I'll confirm the situation and give you an answer tomorrow. He didn't reject it directly because he planned on asking the Snake of Mercury, Will Auceptin. Then, he returned to the world of reality. He carefully took out the paper crane that had become very fragile from the interlayer of his wallet and gently unfolded it. Klein was not in a hurry to write down the content. Instead, he first thought about what questions he needed to ask and carefully wrote a mental draft. Then, he took out a pencil and sharpened it with a knife. After flexing his muscles, Klein wrote, "The members of the Aurora Order are looking for people with abnormal luck. I wonder if you know how to use worms of time to create charms? Is your umbilical cord blood considered the blood of a mythical creature? If it does, and I want a drop, what price do I have to pay?" Klein originally wanted to ask Will Auceptin how he was able to maintain his rationality. After all, the Church's information didn't indicate that they publicly worshipped the Snake of Fate. However, he restrained himself in the end, afraid that Will Auceptin, who was in the state of an unborn fetus, would answer indecently, "When did you have the illusion that I'm rational?" If that happened, he wouldn't know if Will was joking or telling the truth. Yes, although there aren't any organizations that believe in the Snake of Fate, there are still existences similar to the God of Luck in certain areas. It's considered a traditional custom. Perhaps they are Will Auceptin's or Ouroboros' avatars. Klein silently mumbled as he used his clown powers to finally fold the paper crane and place it under his pillow. After doing all of this, he had the time to calculate how much cash he had now. £17,046 plus 5 gold coins plus 3 soldi and 8 pence in change. If I still have assets like houses, manors, and company shares, I would be considered a tycoon in Bakelin with so much liquid capital. Of course, I'm still far from the top tycoons. Their standard is to have total assets of £1 million. As Klein was delighted that he had quite a bit of money, he thought about how he still owed money and how he needed to invest heavily in order to present his character's image. He then drank a mouthful of water, lay down on the bed, and covered himself with a warm blanket. Bit by bit, he entered a dream. In his daze, Klein suddenly woke up and saw the desolate black plains. He walked all the way to the pitch-black steeple in the middle of the plains, and after passing through the abnormally chaotic layout, he arrived deep inside the tower. As usual, there was a circle of tarot cards scattered around. However, there weren't any silver words appearing on the protruding ground in the middle of the circle of tarot cards. Will Auceptin didn't answer. Then why did he pull me into this dream? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein suddenly saw a black pram slide out from the shadows. Inside lay an indiscernible baby wrapped in silver silk. "Mr. Snake of Fate?" Klein politely and cautiously inquired. The baby immediately let out a clear voice. "Why are you so certain that it's Mr.? Isn't this a judgment based on your name? Don't mind such details," Klein lampooned, but he relaxed a lot due to the other party's casual attitude. "Then how should I address you?" The infant Will Auceptin tersely acknowledged and said in a dilemma, "Yes. I haven't decided. You know, oh, you have no idea. Every time I restart, I'll try my best to make myself a little different so as to maintain a good mental state. A child should act like a child." Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. This is a way for the monster pathway to maintain reason and resist madness? Will Auceptin, who was lying in the black pram, replied briskly, "Yes. Every time I restart, I'll wash away the madness. However, this still requires a certain level of faith. Otherwise, I won't be able to maintain my sequence one state for too long." Compared to before, you know more and more. Yes, apart from faith, there are other ways to resist madness. However, Reboot is clearly an ability unique to the Monster Pathways sequence, One Snake of Fate. Other Beyonder pathways are unable to mimic it. Does Mr. Aztec's constant loss of memories and constant recovery have such implications? Klein nodded in thought and seized the time to ask, I suspect that Ouroboros is looking for you through the Aurora Order members. I suspect that Ouroboros is looking for you through the Aurora Order members. Will Ossepton sneered. I've been playing hide-and-seek with him for a very long time. He isn't good at such matters. It can be seen that he doesn't have a childhood. Every time he reboots, he grows up beside the true creator. He lacks the experience of different mental states at different stages. This causes him to be crazy at times. Of course, he doesn't mind. I've instructed Ricardo to use the die of probability to leave a certain mark in certain places. This will confuse Ouroboros's judgment, and he will soon leave Bakeland again. That also means that there's still a chance of assassinating Mr. X. Yes, I'll divine the level of danger above the gray fog when the time comes. Klein didn't continue on the topic. Instead, he asked, do you know how to use a worm of time to create charms? Will Ossepton, who was in the pram, did not give a direct answer. Instead, he asked, you obtained a worm of time from Palaz Zorost? How did you know? Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before returning with a question. He wasn't surprised that Will could tell the origins of the Worm of Time. After all, there weren't many Marauder Pathway demigods who could use such an item to create an avatar. What he was curious about was why the Snake of Mercury didn't guess that Blasphemer Amon had also left behind a Worm of Time. Will Ossepton laughed. Palaz Zorost's condition isn't right. He's parasitizing your former colleague. Alright, your former colleague was investigating Sherlock Moriarty's matter and entered my house in the middle of the night. I sensed something wrong with him and gave him a short period of bad luck, giving him a chance to encounter the other demigods hiding in Bakeland. And when he was in danger, Palaz Zorost took action. Haha, actually, it doesn't matter if he doesn't take action. It's just a prank. I'll make your former colleague sufficiently lucky at the critical moment. Leonard was investigating Sherlock Moriarty? The grandpa in his body is called Palaz Zorost. Klein frowned slightly, unsure of what was wrong. Will Ossepton continued. The creation of a Worm of Time charm isn't too difficult for you. You can pray to your special body, and use a mixture of mercury and pure silver as a medium to engrave the corresponding symbol. It's not too difficult. Pray to the Fool? That's right. The mysterious space above the gray fog is clearly attractive to the Marauder Pathway. Klein felt excited as he vaguely grasped something. At that moment, Will Ossepton added with a smile, as for the corresponding symbol, I don't know. What a huge turn. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched involuntarily. Seeing that Will Ossepton was silent, he hurriedly forced a smile. One more question. Your umbilical cord blood. Before he could finish, Will Ossepton suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. Wow. He began to cry like a real baby. Speak properly. Klein froze in place. If he hadn't confirmed it, he would have really suspected if the person in front of him was a Sequence 1 existence or if he was the chairman of the Life School of Thought. All right. I just want to ask if it's the blood of a mythical creature, Klein said, raising his hands. Will Ossepton immediately stopped crying and smiled. Of course. However, I will replace him in advance. Otherwise, everyone here will die. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you can give me something suitable, it's not like I can't give you a drop. All right, goodbye. The moment Will Ossepton finished speaking, Klein felt the tower shake, and the dream quickly shattered. Soon, he woke up. Chapter 787. What is something that a snake of fate is interested in and finds suitable? Klein slowly sat up and used a pillow to prop up his back. After some thought, he decided not to consider the matter for now. After all, there was still more than a month before Will Ossepton's birth. Furthermore, he could still throw this problem to Catlia or Queen Mystic Bernadette, who backed her, and let them fret over it. Of course, Klein didn't eliminate the possibility that Will Auceptin would have a sudden, whimsical decision to give birth prematurely. He slowly turned his attention to the creation of a worm of time charm. According to Snake of Fate Will Auceptin, he fulfilled almost all the requirements and was just short of a corresponding symbol. Praying to the Fool and borrowing the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I wonder if the corresponding symbol of the Marauder pathway will work. Even if it does, I don't know. Unless I can pull a Marauder above the gray fog and make the corresponding high back chair produce a pattern. As Klein pondered over the details, he suddenly had an idea. In that case, perhaps I can try the symbol behind the Fool's chair. Half of the pupilless eye that represented concealment and the other half of the contorted lines that represented change formed a special symbol. I wonder if it's useful. Divination can't be done by elimination, but I can predict if the attempt will be successful. Besides, even if it fails, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, I'm praying to myself. Even if the material is lost in the experiment, it will only enter the gray fog and not be lost. With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt excited. He couldn't help but get out of bed and prepare to experiment tonight. A worm of time was a material left behind by a marauder demigod. Although it was already dead, its essence and level were still present. Using it to create a charm, even if it didn't reach the level of an angel due to various problems, it wouldn't be too far off. It would be at the pinnacle of strength, at the level of a saint. If Klein succeeded, it would be equivalent to having another trump card. At a critical moment, it might even give him an extra life. How could he not be excited and look forward to it? I can only stir a tiny bit of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. The level of the worm of time charm will likely drop a little, but regardless, it's definitely stronger than the 9th law that Admiral Amirius gave me. If I use the aura of a blather to create a high-level charm in the devil domain, it should be about the same as the 9th law. Unfortunately, I don't dare to pray to the dark side of the universe. Klein wore his pajamas and walked barefooted. He took 4 steps counterclockwise on the soft and thick carpet as he chanted the incantation and went above the gray fog. Sitting at the Fool's seat at the end of the long bronze table, he conjured a dark red fountain pen and yellowish-brown goatskin parchment. He wrote the corresponding divination statement. The charm I'm about to begin will go smoothly. Removing the spirit pendulum from his sleeve, Klein held it with his left hand and began cogitation. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked ahead. He saw the topaz spinning clockwise at a rather slow speed with a normal amplitude. This means that it will go smoothly. But the problem is, did I successfully verify the usefulness of the symbol, or did I successfully verify that it didn't work? As a veteran seer, Klein attempted to interpret the revelation, but he was unable to obtain a definite answer. With regards to this, he could only decide to experiment, because he couldn't eliminate any errors without doing so. Right on the heels of that, Klein wrote a new divination statement. The assassination of Mr. X this Friday will be dangerous. This time, the topaz pendulum continued spinning clockwise, but the speed was faster and the amplitude was greater. There's quite a bit of danger, but it's not to the point of involving a demigod, much less a king of angels. If it really involves an existence at that level, he will definitely be able to sense my divination and resist it. From the looks of it, the angel of fate Ouroboros will soon be lured out of Bakeland. This means that the danger is mostly concentrated on Mr. X and his subordinate. It's something I can handle. As long as I don't make any mistakes, the chances are very high. Klein made a judgment, put down the pen and paper, and returned to the real world. As a mysticism expert who often created charms, he didn't lack any common materials. He immediately took out a candle and lit it on the desk. Following that, under the glow of dusk, He set up a simple altar and used a carving knife to carve out the compound symbol representing the Fool on the silver sheet. As Klein didn't know what numinous digit corresponded to the Fool or what magical label there was, he could only make the front and back sides be the same. According to the books of charms he had read, this also satisfied the rules of mysticism, but the corresponding power would be reduced, and the chances of failure would be increased. This was because the existence he prayed to would easily think that he wasn't pious or respectful enough. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Klein. He wouldn't despise himself. After completing the initial carving, Klein found a small metal bottle and used his spirituality and a vessel to guide out the mercury inside, filling it into the patterns on the silver sheet. This time, he only completed the front for the time being. Then, he summoned himself and responded to himself. He brought the little worm with 12 transparent rings back to his room and placed it on the silver sheet. After doing all of this, Klein adjusted the altar, took 2 steps back, and said in ancient Hermes, "That's right." He said in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." He followed the process and completed the corresponding step. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the gray fog. He accommodated the Dark Emperor card and used his spirituality to stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to respond to the prayer. As the surging power surged into the halo, Klein didn't hesitate to return to the real world. He saw that the altar had turned dark and gloomy, as though it hid countless secrets. As for the silver sheet, it had already floated up and was in a half-fused state with the worm of time's corpse. Klein took 2 steps forward and flipped the silver sheet over, filling the runic patterns on its back with mercury. Lines lit up one after another, emitting a blurry gray luster. Klein quickly retracted his hand and watched as the luster thickened, enveloping the silver sheet and the worm of time's corpse. Suddenly, the deep darkness of the altar distorted as the entire space seemed to turn abnormal. This change happened in a flash as a charm covered in strange patterns slowly landed on the desk's surface. It was translucent and black in color, like a miniature card made of special crystal. It also looked like the eye of a certain existence that was watching over this world. Success. It really works. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly picked up the charm. He felt its coldness in his hand, as though he was touching snowflakes. Regardless of the final effects of the charm, the formation meant success. Klein had once again obtained a high-level charm at the demigod level. He busied himself for a while before bringing the finished product above the gray fog. Using dream divination, he roughly understood its effects. This black crystal card-like charm's effect was very simple, but it was very powerful. It was to steal the fate of others. To be more precise, it was to graft fate. It could graft the target's fate for a period of time onto oneself. The simplest situation is when the enemy is about to kill me. I can use this charm to steal the fate of his survival, grafting the fate of my imminent death onto him. Then, there will be a situation where he succeeds, but the one who dies is him. It matches the characteristics of the Marauder pathway, but it's even more sinister and terrifying. This is stealing fate from stealing money. If the Worm of Time is alive, and I can fully use the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, then this charm might even point to the time domain. As Klein thought about it, he felt a lingering sense of fear. If not for the gray fog's isolation and disinfection, without the help of the mysterious space's powers, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to a Worm of Time. Phew, it's mine now. I can't call it a Worm of Time anymore. I'll just call it Fate Siphon. Klein busied himself once again as he brought the Fate Siphon charm back to the real world. After dealing with the remnants of the ritual, he solemnly placed the high-level charm into the iron cigar case and placed it together with Aztec's copper whistle and Señor's gold coin. Then, he used a wall of spirituality to seal and isolate it. In a good mood, Klein instantly lost his sleepiness. He drew the curtains slightly, allowing the crimson moonlight to shine in, illuminating the room with peace and tranquility. While enjoying the scenery, he suddenly saw a figure sneak out of Member of Parliament Mock's house and approach him through the shadows. It was none other than Hazel Mock. She had once again arrived at the sewer's entrance, moved the manhole cover, and climbed down without forgetting to restore it. Why is she always running into the sewers? It's unlikely that she's heading to another zone to act as a superhero like the mysterious world. After all, it's less than an hour each time. Unless she has extremely powerful intelligence, it's very difficult to accomplish anything. Besides, it's very easy for her to be captured by the official organizations. Combined with the scenes shown by Rhodes, it's more likely that she's searching for something. It's very easy for me to encounter danger if I keep exploring the sewers like this. Klein stood behind a gap in the curtains as he observed the various things he discovered under the silent night. He didn't attempt to warn Hazel, nor did he directly use a wraith to possess her to make her understand the dangers of the beyonder world. Firstly, this was because his judgment of Hazel's lack of understanding of mysticism and her strong sense of superiority was biased. He was temporarily unable to be certain. Secondly, he didn't know why she had beyonder powers and mystical items. Giving her a warning out of goodwill to repay her for her previous kindness would easily attract unnecessary attention or even trouble. After enjoying the night's peace, Klein returned to bed and slept all the way until dawn. Before Richardson came in, he had transformed into Gairman Sparrow and prayed to the fool, "I'm sorry. I can take on this mission, but regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want that bracelet of yours and a stone, as well as the rights to use that spellbook for a period of time. If it succeeds, all the spoils of war will be mine. You can only take the target's head. If there's a need, you will have to provide assistance." Chapter 788. A stone from the bracelet and the right to use Lamino's travels for a period of time? How does he know that I have these two items? I don't recall mentioning it on the tarot. After hearing the World German Sparrow's reply, Furs was surprised and shocked. It was as though all her secrets had been seen through. She tensed up as she quickly recalled where she had slipped up. Apart from Teacher, Zio, and Mr. Fool, no one knows that I have these two items. It's especially so for Lamino's travels. I haven't used it much. Mr. Fool. Mr. World's behavior on the tarot was rather odd. He never submitted Roselle the Great's diary. He doesn't seem to put in any effort or worry about it. He has a deep connection with Mr. Fool, and he obtained the corresponding information from him? A believer or a blessed? Furs thought carefully for a moment and vaguely grasped something. She wasn't as horrified as before. Only at this point did she have the energy to consider if the World German Sparrow's request was acceptable. To Furs, such a price was too cheap. It was less than she had expected and more reasonable. As a beyonder who often stayed at home to write and rest, lending Lamino's travels for a period of time didn't affect her safety or usage at all. As for the bracelet that could help her traverse the spirit world and the two stones, giving one to the World German Sparrow wouldn't make her completely lose her trump card. The only problem is that Mr. World seems to only be willing to make one attempt. If he fails, he will still ask for the payment. With the risk he needs to bear, that's normal. I originally thought that I would need to help him do quite a bit and exchange the trader's head from Teacher to repay the debt. Furs thought for a few seconds before praying to Mr. Fool. "Please tell Mr. World that I accept his conditions and will do my best to cooperate with his actions." She had originally wanted to remind the World German Sparrow that using the stone would result in the repercussions of the full moon ravings, but she immediately realized that only beyonders of the apprentice pathway would receive such treatment. Regardless of success or failure, with that stone, I'll be able to silently leave Bakeland and rendezvous with Mr. the Hanging Man to explore that primitive island. When the time comes, I'll use the stone and the spellbook to record. I won't have to worry about returning unless my luck is too bad and the recording fails. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He opened the door and got his valet, Richardson, to help him tidy up his clothes. "Sir, after breakfast, your scheduled itinerary is to visit the royal family's collection exhibition at the Royal Museum." As Richardson helped his employer put on his coat, he informed him of the day's arrangements. As Don Dantes' social dance progress was extremely fast, the etiquette classes in the morning were reduced from 5 to 3 a week. This allowed him to have extra time to do other things, and such an exhibition would definitely become a hot topic of discussion in high society. It wouldn't look good if he didn't visit it personally. As for going to St. Samuel Cathedral to listen to the bishop's sermon, Klein had also consciously reduced the frequency. This wasn't because he needed to donate dozens of pounds every time, but because he was worried that after the initial novelty period, going too often would arouse suspicion. Being natural and reasonable were the core elements of his plan. He planned on randomly choosing 2 out of the remaining 6 days apart from Sunday. He wanted to accumulate intelligence over a longer period of time and figure out the pattern. "There's no rush. I can't wait any longer," Klein said to his valet with a smile as he looked at his outstanding bearing in the mirror. Upon thinking of St. Samuel Cathedral and the Church of Evernight, he naturally thought of Leonard Mitchell's secret investigation of Sherlock Moriarty. He didn't understand what the other party was suspecting. Was it Emlyn White's purchase of tinder that made Leonard decide to investigate the people around him, or was it the faint figure of the detective in Capham's case and Lenivas's case that made the red gloves in charge of the investigation sense something? Or is it a combination of both? Klein thought about the traces he had left behind and had a general guess. He wasn't afraid that Sherlock Moriarty would be placed on the wanted list of the Church of Evernight and have a bounty placed on him. After all, apart from contacting a few acquaintances, the great detective wouldn't appear again. What he was worried about was people discovering that the early Sherlock Moriarty resembled Klein Moretti, and from there, they would be able to track down the deceased former Nighthawk. "In fact, even if they discover me, it's nothing. I'm no longer the clown or magicians from back then. There aren't just 1 or 2 demigods who want to find me. Even if the high-ranking deacons of the church are added, the problem wouldn't change qualitatively. Besides, Banson and Melissa are truly ordinary people. The church definitely won't implicate them or disturb their lives. I wonder if they will take back the pension. Probably not. There's no way to explain it to ordinary people." Klein didn't fret over his debts. This was also the reason why he was so calm when he heard the Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, point out his identity as Klein Moretti. How could a sequence 1 angel who had interacted with Sherlock Moriarty a long time ago, and who was adept at destiny-related powers, not be able to discover where the great detective came from? Even with the grey fog in the way, interfering with many details, Will Septon would definitely know that Sherlock Moriarty came from Tingen. And back in Tingen, Klein had interacted with a youth of the monster pathway, Ade Missile, causing his eyes to bleed. As long as the Snake of Fate Will Septon grasped this information and made a comparison, the answer would be obvious. If Leonard were to really discover Sherlock Moriarty's hidden identity, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and walked out of the master bedroom. He went down to the 2nd floor and enjoyed the breakfast that his chef had meticulously prepared. Westboro, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Klein led butler Walter and his valet, Richardson, through the ticketing booth and entered. This exhibition was organized by the Rouen royal family. They brought all kinds of historical collections from the founding of the country to the outside world for the public to view and understand, so as to raise the respect and recognition the citizens had for the royal family. As a graduate with a degree in history, Klein was rather interested in this exhibition. Many of the events that he was very familiar with had their corresponding items here. From another angle, it made one immersed in the long and fascinating past. What surprised Klein was that Walter had a deep understanding of most of the exhibit. He introduced them to Don Dantes in great detail. as expected of someone from a noble family. Klein nodded to himself. As they walked and listened, the trio constantly encountered other visitors. The entire exhibition hall was quiet and orderly, with only murmurs. When passing by a display case, Klein noticed that Walter's footsteps had suddenly come to a halt. He looked to the side as his expression turned complicated. As he wasn't a spectator, Klein was unable to decipher the exact meaning of the complicated emotions. All he could do was trace Walter's gaze and look in front of the display case. There were two people standing there, a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s, wearing a black formal suit and a silk top hat. He held a gold-inlaid cane and looked like a rich gentleman. The woman was wearing a yellow dress and a golden necklace. Her overall attire was rather gorgeous. Mr. Butler is looking at that man. Klein instantly made a judgment as he swept his gaze across the target without leaving a trace. He realized that the gentleman looked rather old. His skin was dark from frequent exposure to the sun. His hands were like dried wood, and his fingers were extremely rough. If I didn't look at his attire, I would believe it if you said that he's a farmer, gardener, or carriage driver. Klein retracted his gaze as he felt a little puzzled. The reason why he could notice these details was because when he was constructing the identity of Don Dantes, he had seriously considered the appearance of an ordinary person who had been adventuring in the southern continent for a long time. He believed that in addition to the eyes, temperament, and innate facial features precipitated by rich experience, Don Dantes must have skin that had been exposed to the sun for a long time, inconspicuous scars, rough and powerful palms, and other details. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support the character's inner qualities. I have to say that ever since I became a faceless, I'm becoming more and more experienced and knowledgeable about how to create a new character. If I were to return to Earth, even without my Beyonder powers, I would still be good at acting. Amidst his self-deprecating thoughts, Klein saw that Butler Walter had already recovered his solemn and proper look, as though nothing had happened. The old man with rough skin pointed at the flags in the display cabinet. This is the flag used by Earl Lastine, Prince Harold Augustus, during the White Rose War. Unfortunately, he died in the war. However, his death was the turning point of the entire war. Our Rouen ultimately obtained victory. Look, this flag has his blood on it. Your knowledge of history isn't bad. Klein swept his gaze at Walter from the corner of his eye. After 2 seconds of thought, he revealed a smile and approached the couple. He interjected in a friendly manner, "I never expected people to know about such an obscure matter. I originally believed that people's understanding of the White Rose War was limited to Roun's victory over Intis. Sir, I'm impressed by your erudition." Having been praised in front of his female companion, the man's expression instantly relaxed. His face beamed with a smug smile. "I just like to understand the knowledge of history." He casually swept his gaze at the gentleman's attendant in front of him as he suddenly frowned before relaxing his brows. There was some lingering puzzlement. Indeed, he knows Butler Walter. Klein smiled without batting an eyelid. "Nice to meet you. I'm a merchant from Desi, Don Dantes. How might I address you?" The man hesitated for a moment. Chapter 789. William Sykes. A steward of a manor. Klein repeated the man's answer inwardly before changing the topic to the flag and the White Rose War. After exchanging a few words, he politely bade farewell and, with Butler Walter and valet Richardson, walked to the other cabinets and continued his tour. It was as though their encounter was a trivial matter that happened by chance. Near noon, Klein, who had returned to the high-end four-wheeled carriage, looked at the bicycles outside and suddenly said, "Walter, you seem to know Mr. William Sykes?" Walter nodded solemnly. "I met him once when I was working for Viscount Conrad. He serves a member of the royal family, the previous Earl of Lastings, Prince Edisac." He didn't hide anything as he explained William Sykes's background in detail. "Once served Prince Edisac?" After this prince died due to the great smog of Bakeland, he actually lived quite well. I wonder which manor's steward he became. Perhaps he knows some secrets? Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask further. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to investigate William Sykes. If William Sykes really knew something, the royal family's faction wouldn't ignore it. Or perhaps he belonged to that faction. In short, investigating him would be a rather dangerous matter. I can't entrust Miss Magicians, Emlyn White, or Miss Zio to do it. Miss Sharon is capable enough, but this might very well cause her stable life to be destroyed. The best solution is to use Hero Bandit Black Emperor. But the problem is that before I steal the Antigonus family's notebook, my investigation of the Great Smog of Bakeland should be limited to the periphery. I don't want to alarm anyone or bring about any unexpected changes. Klein appeared to be enjoying the scenery outside the window as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he decided to endure it for the time being. He didn't wish to spoil the most important matter at hand. After lunch and an afternoon nap, Klein received his education in literary appreciation all the way until evening. After sending his tutor off, he was about to head to the dining hall on the second floor when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the clanking sounds, Klein glanced at Richardson. The valet immediately took a few steps forward and opened the door. Standing outside were two policemen in black and white checkered uniforms. From their epaulets it could be seen that one was a senior inspector and the other was a police chief. "Officer, what's the matter?" Richardson asked on behalf of his employer. The senior inspector was a tall and thin man. His black hair was hidden under his hat, revealing only his sideburns. He scanned the room and smiled warmly. "I'm here to see Mr. Don Dantes. There's a case involving him and his butler." "What case?" Klein walked slowly to the door. "I'm Don Dantes." After introducing himself, he said politely, "Officers, how should I address you? If the matter is troublesome and requires a long time, why don't you come to my reception room and have a chat over tea?" The other police officer, who was the chief officer, was a very handsome lady. She was obviously a little tempted. She looked at the senior inspector next to her and waited for her superior's decision. Due to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, there were quite a number of female police officers in Rouen police force. However, due to the influence of other beliefs, social trends, and other aspects, they were still discriminated against to a certain extent when it came to promotions and position. Most of them were internal clerks, and there was an invisible ceiling to their advancement. The high-ranking inspector smiled. "There's no need for tea, but we'll have to ask your servants." He paused and finally got to the point. "Mr. Don Dantes, do you know William Sykes? We met at the Royal Museum this morning." Klein vaguely felt that something unexpected had happened and took the initiative to ask, "Did something happen to him?" The high-ranking inspector retracted his smile. "He died. He died in a hotel near the Royal Museum." "Dead?" Klein did not hide his astonishment. "I just met him and he's dead? Had he been targeted a long time ago?" The high-ranking inspector nodded seriously. "Yes, the cause of death is a little complicated. We can't eliminate the possibility of murder." "What about his female companion?" Klein asked with a frown. "He had a female companion when I met him. That lady was his mistress. When she left the hotel, William Sykes was still alive. This is something that the hotel's attendants can confirm, because they later sent red wine over." The high-ranking inspector gave a simple summary of the situation. "Where did you go after leaving the Royal Museum?" "I returned here directly. Lunch, sleep, and lessons. My servants, my neighbors, and my literature teacher can all testify to this," Klein answered frankly. He then turned his head and said to Richardson, "I'm not sure. Get Walter over." Soon, butler Walter walked down from the second floor wearing a white glove and answered the same question. After the two officers obtained Don Dantes' approval, they questioned Richardson and the other servants, but they didn't discover any problems. They didn't stay and politely bade farewell before visiting the surrounding neighbors. Klein's appetite wasn't affected by this matter. He went up to the second floor and enjoyed his dinner. After that, time flew by as he leisurely read. Before he slept, Klein looked at the night scenery outside the window and waited for his valet, Richardson, to take away the fruits in his room. Suddenly, he asked without turning his head, "What did Walter do in the afternoon?" "He's been handling all sorts of matters." "He hasn't left," Richardson replied softly. Klein nodded slightly and didn't press further. He suspected that he was overthinking things. Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask further. He suspected that he was overthinking things. In the middle of the night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he jolted awake. He pricked up his brows, got up from the bed, and walked to the window, pulling open a gap in the curtains. Under the dim moonlight, in the deep night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he jolted awake. Under the dim moonlight, in the deep night, a figure carefully arrived at the side of the outer wall from the garden path and flipped over it. He had a broad forehead, raven-black hair, and stern brown eyes. He was none other than Butler Walter. He's agile and his movements are smooth. He's either a well-trained person or a low-sequence beyonder. Klein watched this scene as he made a preliminary judgment. He saw Walter follow the shadows of the street and arrive at the sewer entrance that Hazel had previously entered. He removed the manhole cover and climbed down, not forgetting to restore it. Why is everyone so skilled at crawling down the sewers? Mr. Butler probably didn't do this late at night. Otherwise, my spirituality would have warned me. After all, he left from my territory. This means that he's somewhere else. Before he became my butler, he often did such things. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he returned to the bed and took out an iron cigar case from under his pillow. He wanted to control Wraith Senior to follow Walter and see what he was doing. I hope it doesn't exceed 100 meters, or I'll have to enter the sewers. As Klein muttered to himself, he returned to the back of the curtain. His marionette, Senior, immediately used the mysterious connection between the different mirrors to jump to the street lamp beside the sewer entrance. Then, it passed through the manhole cover and silently followed. Klein saw Walter walk forward for about 10 meters before turning into an even more secluded and sinister tunnel. There was moss and filth on the walls and ground. Suddenly, the butler stopped and said to someone, "Come on, let's go. Why are you so impulsive? Why not wait for a better opportunity?" Soon, a weak and slightly hoarse female voice responded to Walter's question. "This is the best opportunity. I don't know how long it will take for him to return to the manor. But why are you still so seriously injured?" Walter asked worriedly. The female voice chuckled. "William Sykes is much stronger than you and I imagined. This is probably the only way he fits his secret identity. No matter what, I finally got a clue from him. After so long, I finally have a chance to get close to the truth." "You don't have to be in such a hurry," Walter said after a moment of silence. The weak female voice chuckled and said, "I've already sold my soul to an evil god. I've already sold my soul to the evil god. The only meaning in my life now is revenge." Walter exhaled and said, "Continue hiding here. You continue to hide here. I will prepare food for you until you recover. If anything happens, use the old method to contact me." That weak female voice was silent for a long time. When he was alive, he had many self-proclaimed loyal subordinates, but after he died, only a few people still remembered him and were willing to take risks for him. "You are the one who surprised me the most. He was the first noble to give me such treatment, and he's also the person I'm truly loyal to," Walter replied in a deep voice. Klein, who had heard the conversation through his marionette, vaguely understood the entire story. After Prince Edisac's death, a few people loyal to him were secretly investigating the truth behind his suicide. Walter was one of them. However, he was mainly in charge of gathering intelligence on the surface, as well as using his identity to provide some aid. This is likely the additional development that erodes mentioned. Klein immediately got Wraith Senior to turn invisible and sneak into the secluded passageway. He saw Walter standing sideways and talking to someone, and in the spot he was blocking, there was a woman in a black dress sitting against the wall. Her face was rather pale. After the woman heard Walter's words, she chuckled and looked towards the exit. "It's time for you to leave. Be careful not to be discovered." She turned her head, allowing Klein to see her clearly. Her face was slightly round, and her eyes were slender. She had a gentle temperament and a hidden sweetness. She was an extremely outstanding and charming girl, and she was also an acquaintance of Klein's. Trissy Cheek. P.S. Update before making changes.